Ever since I was a child, I love dogs.
Welchen Laptop was machst du dazu? Ich brauche den Ton vom Zoom natürlich auch, damit ich so viel lauter verstehe. So, wir müssen den Laptop auch sein HDMI so ein System einverbinden.
Wisst ihr, warum so ein YouTube einloggt? Aber nie braucht auf die Seite immer noch 45. Auf den YouTube-Link? Ja. Den der Michael uns gegeben hat. Das ist eine gute Frage. Machst du auch, oder? Na, mach du. Dann schalte ich das PowerPoint an. Kommt Founder aus. Ja. Also in der Link, den der Michael dann gegeben hat.
Guten Morgen, guten Morgen, guten Morgen beim Webinar Spin Women. Ich begrüße Sie herzlich zum Morgencafé in der Arbeiterkammer Wien. Passt? Soll ich es anlassen?
Okay, great. Good morning and hello to all of you from a sunny Vienna. My name is Kurt Wachter. I work for the Fair Play Initiative, and I'm the coordinator of the SPIN project, SPIN Women. In the name of the SPIN Network, the Fair Play Initiative, and our host today, which is the Chamber of Labor here in Austria, I want to welcome you to the second day of the SPIN Women conference, which is themed an obstacle course, inclusion and participation of migrant women and girls in sport. Due to COVID, we splitted the conference. Actually, yesterday we had our first in-person conference for almost a year, and we are very proud of it. Unfortunately, we could only welcome predominantly local participants, but today we have our online webinar and with a predominantly international audience. And again, hi to everybody. Before we start our first panel discussion, just let me briefly introduce the Sport Inclusion Network. Our history goes back to more than 10 years, actually in 2010, when we came together, a group of sport organizations and NGOs came together, and we saw or saw the situation in European sport and on national level, that migrants and ethnic minorities are, in particular women and girls, face barriers when it comes to practicing sport and physical activities. Furthermore, the underrepresentation of migrants and their exclusion from positions of authorities and the lack of advancement of minorities in non-playing positions is a recurring issue for European sport. And that was 10 years ago, even more the case. So we started to develop our first project, which was called SPIN. And the aim was to encourage inclusion of migrants, ethnic minorities, and asylum seekers and refugees in and through mainstream sport. The 7 founding organizations of SPIN back in 2011 were my organization, the Fair Play Initiative at the Vienna Institute for International Dialogue and Cooperation, the Football Association of Ireland, the Italian Sport for All organization, UISP, the multicultural Finnish sport organization, Likuka, then the research organization Camino from Germany, the migrant-led Mahatma Gandhi Human Rights Organization based in Budapest, in neighboring Hungary, and the Portuguese Players Union. So yes, we started with our first project, and the idea was to raise awareness and increasing networking and sharing best practices among European and national sports stakeholders on how to proactively involve migrants in and through sport. A second pillar was to empower the capacity build migrant sport teams and initiatives, including refugees and asylum seekers. Since then, we implemented a series of successful projects, interesting projects, and our latest is now called SPIN Women. The full name is Sport Inclusion of Migrant and Minority Women, promoting sports participation and leadership capacities, which is funded partly through the Erasmus Plus program of the European Commission. I don't want to go into detail. I think in the following panel discussion, we have all the experts who probably know better, but just let me briefly mention that women and girls from an ethnic minority background are almost invisible in the public sphere, and evidence suggests that on many markers, ethnic minority women are at the bottom of the pile. If we see the situation in Europe, and there's very little research on this group, a study in Denmark showed that 80% of all women are physically active, but only 50% of the immigrant women. However, such a figure does not reflect the heterogeneity of different immigrant groups. A Swiss survey found that the rate of physical activity of women with Southern European or Turkish background is 45% opposed to 25% among migrants from Western or Northern European countries. But despite this low participation, migrant women and girls do not show any particular lack of interest in sport. Belgian, British, and Norwegian studies show that a large proportion of female ethnic minorities would be willing to get involved in sport if they had the opportunity to do so. This suggests that there are inequalities in accessing sport and the way sport is organized. Against this backdrop, we created and the Spin Women project. I think I don't go into details about what we have done over the 2.5 years which lie behind us. Just to, yes, we have a website, sportinclusion.net, and we would also have another session this afternoon, the closing forum, where my colleagues Leila Musa and David from Fair Play would talk again, Spin Women and the results. And we will have in the afternoon also the our symbolic launch of the Spin Network. So yeah, stay tuned. And now I have the pleasure to hand over to Des, sitting in, I guess, Dublin, who will moderate the first panel discussion. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. I hope you can hear me. My name is Des Tomlinson, as Kurt just said, and I will be moderating this really interesting panel that we have coming up now. The panel will look at racism and sexism in sport and this double exclusion. Kurt already outlined some evidence base around that. So I want to maybe start off the panel by allowing our panelists to introduce themselves. So let's start off with Khalida. If you can just say a little bit about yourself. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and hi everybody. Here's not Khalida speaking, but Nikki from VIDC Vienna. We just unfortunately received a message from Khalida due to a very urgent family issue. She is really, really sorry, but she had to cancel her participation today. We just received her cancellation this second. So we are really sorry. So we have to change the program a little bit spontaneously on the one hand, and the other hand, of course, we wish all the best for Khalida's family. And very sorry, Des, that I inform you this way, but just received the email this second. So yeah, hope we can proceed.
Yeah, we'll deal with it. You can hear me. This is the main thing. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's unfortunate. Wish Khalida and her family well, but perhaps we must go to Elizabeth.
Hi.
Hi, Elizabeth. If you could just introduce yourself and your organization. Just tell a little bit about yourself.
Just a quick technical checkup. Should I be seeing myself? Should you be seeing myself?
I can't see you, so I think everybody can hear you.
Okay, that's fine then. Well, I work at the Office for Digital Affairs of the Federal Chamber of Labor, and also have a PhD in cultural studies, and just recently published a book called Riot Don't Diet, which is about unruly female bodies, and not only female bodies, but in general unruly bodies that do not fit certain beauty norms, and how we can really move past deeply interconnected forms of discrimination like sexism and racism, which is why I'm really, really glad to be part of this panel, because I think sport can be a great way of doing that.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and good to have you on the panel. Hala.
Hi, Des. Good to hear you all, and I'm happy to be part of the conference. Maybe just to give you a bit of background about myself. I am the Accessibility and Diversity Manager at FIFA since 2.5 years ago, and predominantly working on mainly the tournaments and making sure that access and inclusion is considered all part of our events as well. But previous to that, worked as Diversity and Inclusion Manager at the Scottish Football Association, female migrant myself, coming from a Middle Eastern background as well, but active in sport, very much active in sport, and wanting to ensure that that opportunity is open to other girls from similar backgrounds as well. In terms of other areas I'm working on, also a board member of Women in Football, and that's predominantly focused on in terms of increasing opportunities for women to be involved as part of the football industry, increasing representation, providing networking, and just building capacity to be able to lead the game from the female perspective also. So thanks for having me.
Great to have you on board. So we'll kind of get into, we have about 40 minutes, and we'll allow, just for everyone that is listening or tuning in, we will allow some questions, and we'll allow time for that. But we just want to get into the conversation, and my role is really just to moderate and to ask some questions, but really just wanted to pick on your experiences, really. So we're talking about racism and sexism in sport, but we also know it exists within society, and sport is part of society. So really a question to kick off is, how is that manifested? How is it commonly manifested and experienced in sport? What does sexism in sport look like? So perhaps, Hala, would you start?
Sure, yeah. I think it's an important question in terms of looking at sexism in sport. For me, particularly, it's probably sexism in football, from my experience, and just to probably understand that historically and traditionally, football has been a male-dominated sport. I think because of, rather than just also looking at participation in football, it stems back from maybe participation in governance, the structures of football, and in terms of being male-dominated, decisions have maybe been taken in terms of to suit your standard person who used to work in football, which was your old male, pale stale, in terms of the stereotype that's been given before. But I think that when they're making decisions, it's maybe not being conscious, but they're making decisions for people that look like them, that act like them, that opportunities to suit them, which of course unconsciously that's something that would be expected. Whereas now things are changing, things are moving in a direction where women want to be involved in sport. They're getting some opportunities to be involved in sport, and it's the decisions that maybe as women become more represented in sport, you see the structures of participation changing, because women are making decisions based on girls and women from their backgrounds as well, to be able to create opportunities to suit them.
Okay, so just having that representation at that governance level as well as other levels, particularly at that decision-making level, obviously would have an impact on what the game looks like, take into account a woman's perspective or female perspective. So Elizabeth, same question. I mean, how is it manifested in your view? How is sexism manifested in sport, given that the sport and society are linked?
Yes, very much so. Oh, wow.
Are you okay?
Give me a second. Yeah, I was just allowed, I think, to start my my camera. Can you see me now, maybe?
I can see you now, yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, I think you're very much right in the sense that sports and society are deeply connected, because sport is happening, of course, as a part of society. And if we look at how our society is structured, oh, it's great to see Hala also. If we look at how society is structured, we can say that for centuries and centuries, women have been deemed, or basically they have been thought of as part of the private sphere. They had to do child rearing. They were responsible only for the domestic, for the private sphere. And when it comes to the public sphere, you know, it is always a struggle for women to become visible. And in terms of sport, we don't only have this unequal distribution of paid and unpaid labor. So women doing paid labor, but also on top of that unpaid labor, the child rearing and stuff like that, and all the household duties, but also on top of that, like how much free time do you have left, right? Who can do sports? And then on top of that, we have the question, who can afford to do sports? Because many of the sports, like the unions and all the clubs, they also cost money. You know, the equipment costs money. So it's a deeply societal, deeply political question, because because especially the gendered nature of our society has a lot to do with who gets to do sports. And I think also, if we look at this from a bit more philosophical, phenomenological perspective, it was Iris Marion Young in her famous essay Throwing Like a Girl, who stated that already as young children, you know, this is where it starts. Women are told not to take up space. They're taught to sit like that, and to not to wear proper clothing, to present themselves in proper ways, whatever that means. And that also means that they're not encouraged to push themselves, to be adventurous, to explore the playground, etc. While boys are encouraged from the sidelines, like cheerleaded on. This is really where it starts. It's about taking up space. It's about gender roles, and it's about what what kind of chances and options we see for women. And I think if we really the structures of our society that really divide time and capital unfairly, basically, and then also the way we think about gender and what different genders are allowed to do have a lot to do with that. And I think it manifests in many, many ways in everyday life. I think Hala can tell us a lot about that in the field of football, but I think that's true in all of the fields. Like there's definitely, the structures of our society are the reason why girls would rather that they are rather drawn to certain kinds of activities that probably wouldn't get them dirty, for example, because they've been told for years and years getting dirty is the worst possible thing you can do as a girl. And all those different descriptions and stereotypes, they play a huge part. And if this is really in my research, this is one of the focal points is that if movement, working out, is only done because you need to fit a certain ideal, because you want to get slim, because you want to get abs, then the whole aim of the movement is so restricted. Why couldn't it be about fun, about freedom of expression? Why couldn't it be about playing in a collective, for example? But women are constantly told you have to work out in order to look a certain way. But that's so sad, right? Because moving in sports could be so much more. So this is all really like the whole the whole frame I would give to the sexism question.
Mm-hmm. So something about social, cultural factors, something about I'm going to say norms, but I'm going to use it with air quotes, gender norms, this idea of gender norms not supporting women and girls to do certain things, and maybe supporting boys more than that. But I wondered, Hala, did you want to come in on, I'd sort of make this a conversation, did you want to come in on the back of anything Elizabeth said there? You spoke a little bit about the financial barriers as well. Was there anything there you wanted to comment on?
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to the topic, it's about migrant girls and the focus in terms of refugees as well, coming into a new country to want to play sport. And you have to take into account that coming into a new country. There's also the cultural norms that you would have in terms of coming from those backgrounds. A lot of the cases, I mean, when I speak about ethnic minority women as an ethnic minority woman, I can't represent all of the ethnic minority women. I don't intend to. Each and every individual has their own experience and their own situations and barriers that they face and have overcome. If I can speak about my experience, I guess it's understanding from the Middle Eastern background, there's a lot of cultural norms there that girls maybe are not so traditionally expected to take part in sport because of the fear of not just cultural, but maybe religious barriers as well. That it's a compromising maybe their identity in terms of their religion, playing with boys, also playing with headscarves. It's only recently now been in terms of more common we see on the field, but there's a whole host of different barriers for these women to get involved in sports. They're coming from stressful situations in countries. They're trying to adjust and integrate into new communities. Sometimes maybe sport is the last thing on their mind, and they're not actively seeking out in terms of how to get involved in sports, on top of the pressures from their own communities to not get involved in sports. So there's a few barriers there, but I guess that's where there's a lot of initiatives, or should be a lot of initiatives, to encourage participation for those girls and women to maybe change attitudes and behaviors from within those communities. And the blame doesn't lie on the communities, and the blame doesn't lie on the clubs and national associations either. I think it's joining both together, and awareness and education for both. If I'm a migrant girl coming, or a refugee girl coming to a new situation, I need a club, for example, to be welcoming to me, to reach out to me, to understand maybe my cultural and religious barriers and considerations. If they're sponsored by, I don't know, a betting company, then I might not be able to wear that on my top, on my strip. If they have their main games during Ramadan while I'm fasting, I might not be able to take part in those. But there's also, in terms of the onus or the proactivity from the girls themselves to be able to want to partake, be active in their community, be active citizens in their communities as well. But it takes time. It's changing attitudes, it's changing hearts and minds and behaviors, and it does take time. From my own experience as part of the equality project at the Scottish Football Association, I was able to, I still remember my first day in my tracksuit, standing there on the pitch, speaking to a group of men, talking to them about girls getting involved in football and why it's such a great thing. And I still remember just hearing the chuckles and the laughs and the giggles from these men in terms of, what are you talking about, girls in football? So I tried. I thought, shit, this is maybe I made a mistake having this role or pushing for this role to get girls involved. But I started with one girl coming to training, then 2 girls and 3 girls, which was difficult to run a training with that amount of people, and especially for girls coming without experience of football previously in their own countries, starting from new. They don't want to play professionally. They don't want to play in leagues. They've maybe never kicked a ball in their lives. So maybe just giving them that opportunity and that confidence. And all of a sudden it started to grow in terms of into a team. And going back to those men and speaking to those men, they were starting to ask, how do I get my daughter involved? How do I get my sister involved, my mother involved, my aunt involved? So again, it takes a while for that culture change to happen from within the communities. But it's also educating, if the girls want to go into clubs and play for clubs, educating those clubs about the considerations that they need to take into account, and understanding that one person is not representative of a homogenous group. Yes, I'm Muslim, but I don't wear a hijab. I'm okay to play with boys, but it's not the case for every Muslim girl. So treating people as individuals, I think, is probably the best way forward.
And without a doubt, I think that last point in regards to, I think we have these umbrella terms of ethnic minorities or migrants, and the term flattens out differences because it's an umbrella term. It doesn't take account of differences, and there are differences. There are differences generally, and the differences within groups. So I think without a doubt, it's important that people understand those differences, and it's awareness on both sides. This idea of, I guess, a two-way street, where there needs to be reasonable accommodations on both sides. So that's quite an interesting perspective. I just want to turn, if I can, to we're talking about double exclusion. So we're talking about sexism and we're talking about racism. So I wanted to turn to racism and again that same question, and maybe start with yourself, Elizabeth. So when the two things intersect, but can you say a little bit about that in terms of how racism impacts on female participation?
Yes, I think, as you said, the two things do intersect, and that means, it's not just that we add layers, and then sometimes if we talk about anti-discrimination policies, people think of discrimination in terms of adding layers, but that's not how it works. A Black woman is a Black woman. She's both at the same time, right? And I think if we look at like the top levels of professional sport, we see that we still have a huge problem. Like, how is it possible that Serena Williams, one of the most famous tennis players of all time, who really everybody knows, even if you're not interested in tennis or sports at all, Serena Williams is really known to almost everybody. How is it possible that she almost died after giving birth because she's not taken seriously in her pain as a Black woman, right? And that's just the and then afterwards discriminated on the court when she came back because she had a blood problem and was wearing a really tight suit that helped circulation, and then she was not only shamed but really, I think, fined for wearing a suit that doesn't fit the clothing rules we see. So I think even if you're like really famous, really rich, also you have to say like a very potent cultural figure, right? You still face those barriers. So I think that's a very telling example of how far-reaching the problem still is. But if I think of migrant kids, or just especially if we take the context of Austria, Black kids in Austria, sometimes the double barrier, being a young person of color, means that, not only are you discriminated against because of your skin color, the tone of your skin, but also because maybe your parents don't have access to these structures, because, as we said, it's Hala said, it's the work needs to happen on both sides, right? You need to reach out as an individual, but also if the clubs are not welcoming, that's a problem. And I think especially in terms of migrant kids and also kids of color, I think that most of those processes work informally, and that's so hard to break up, because if your dad went to this football club, well, then you'll go as well. But if your parents don't have those connections, if they don't know somebody who knows somebody, it might be really hard to get in. And I think especially when we talk about diversification of sports, why not talk about quotas as well? Why not make budgeted space for people who wouldn't have access otherwise? I really think that just saying, well, everybody's welcome and sports connecting people. Yes, I mean, it can ideally, right? But if it only remains at this, well, we need to bring down those very good intentions into some kind of policies and into some kind of structures. And I think that also means that it's not just down to the low-level clubs that are trying to make do with really not a lot of money, but it's also the responsibility is also on the boards of those clubs. Like, especially if we talk about football, those are very, very powerful cultural organizations. And how many people of color do we see in the big boards? How many people how many people who migrated in their lives do we have in those boards? Are there people with disabilities, for example? Why is that never talked about, right? So I think it's not just about visibility and then accepting those who are most successful in a certain field, because David Alaba is like, well, he's Black, but he's like our best soccer player, right? He's accepted, he gets this kind of tick. But why don't we also talk about getting those people in positions where they decide about structures, where they decide about money, where they decide about budgeting, right? So I think it's really on all levels. This problem needs to be tackled on all levels, and I don't just want to see people in all those levels, on all those levels, but I want to have them participate actively and decide about their own and also others' futures.
Really good point. I think, Hala, you touched on representation earlier on. I think you moved a little bit there Elizabeth, into talking about enablers, and we'll come to enablers in a minute. You're suggesting quotas, and we can have a bit of a conversation around that. But very interesting in the example you gave in terms of Serena Williams and her experience giving birth, but also her experience of having an illness.
And by the way,
being
Naomi Osaka, right? I just thought of that. Like she said, all those press conferences, they really weigh on my mental health. I just can't do that anymore. And now she had to retreat from the Paris, from the French Open, because it was just not accepted. She was fined 15,000, I think, dollars or euros, whatever, for not taking part in those conferences. And because she just said, this is destroying me. I can't work like that. I'm a professional athlete. And what do I say after I've lost the game? Well, I mean, it's the same all the time, right? She just said, I can't do that anymore. And if she's speaking up for herself, well, the only option seems to be to retreat. Her voice is not heard. So it also, you still have that to this day. It doesn't,
and I think it's about how racism impacts on bodies that like mine or other bodies that are of color, and certainly that impact combined with being female is something we're looking at. But Hello, I wonder about the question of racism. What are your thoughts there?
I think in relation to participation of refugee or migrant girls on the topic of racism, we need to be very careful in terms of using those terms, sexism and racism, especially when we're working at grassroots level for those clubs, because like we said, they have the best intentions to have people involved in them, but a lot of the time they don't have that awareness. They're actually scared of being tarred with the brush of sexism and racism, that they don't even want to try to reach out to these groups. So I think they need to be given a lot of confidence. They need to be given a lot of awareness and education, whether it's through workshops. But I don't think we should go forward with this cancel culture in terms of if somebody said something wrong, then we strike them off the list and we get rid of them and we never want to hear from them again. I think that's counterproductive. I think that's where dialogue is probably most important. To have that common understanding, to have the raising of awareness and education, because let's be honest, this topic, it's not those on the call today that we're trying to change the hearts and minds of. It's those that are not on the call today that wouldn't traditionally take part in a topic or be interested in these types of topics that we need to reach out to change their attitudes and behaviors. We need to speak to them. We need to have that open dialogue to move things forward and take away the fear of being tarred with that brush of being racist or being sexist.
Because we're all socialized that way, right? I think we need to learn to say, I've been socialized in a very racist society, it's a fact. And all I can do as a white person is constantly reflect on what that means in terms of privilege, but also what that means in terms of barriers I just can't see because I'm white, because my path in terms of race is a very smooth path in life, and nobody's ever discriminated against me because of the tone of my skin or the structure of my hair. And that just means, we do have racist stereotypes, and if we don't acknowledge that, like, that's the first step, right? If we don't acknowledge that, there's no way of working towards tearing them apart. So I think you're definitely right that that a lot of dialogue needs to happen on individual levels, really. Also talking to family members. Why did you just use the N-word? Why would you do that, right? Like, just starting at the kitchen table. Because that's the beginning. Individual action and collective action are always happening on a spectrum, and
And it's that accountability that sits with everyone, not just the minorities themselves. It's not their responsibility to educate and to raise awareness. I think it's a collective approach, like you said, Elizabeth, and on that individual level, but that the dialogue element is so important. And just because I deem somebody racist or sexist does not mean that I will shut them out and not open dialogue with them. And I think that's the key. Otherwise, they continue as they are. They develop even more prejudice for being excluded from those structures, when I think that's not the aim. I think the more open and accessible and inclusive we can make our programs, we can make the structures, they'll benefit everybody. And again, it's considering intersectionality as part of that. Could be gay, Black, disabled women, touching all those, and doesn't mean that I only focus on, okay, I'm going to look at sexism only or racism only. it's really working on all of those, but developing allies as well from those characteristics that don't affect me personally.
And making space for the stories of the affected, right? Like making space for if you can, like whatever is within your reach and power, creating platforms and to let others speak, let's listen to the stories we haven't heard for centuries. Let's I don't know, create space for the stories that are not present anywhere, because I think a lot of the fear of the other, this whole othering, right, is connected to just never having met somebody like that. I think sometimes it's so easy to just, you know, as you said, changing hearts and minds, opening up yourself to those biographies and stories of people. I mean, imagine having migrated here, not speaking the language, looking different, being othered all the time, and then having to do twice the work to just be accepted as a human, right? And I really think that especially sports can open the door here. If you just, you know, play football together, really act as a team, and really you know, do the second step and not just stop at the facade of someone, but by looking at someone, but really interacting and getting to know somebody. I think that's really, really important, and a really important step.
And I think there's a fair amount of research in Europe that indicates that where people interact more, then that naturally breaks down maybe some of the ideas that people might have about each other. And I think the point of education or awareness raising is that people can have open dialogue and can challenge maybe some of their own perceptions, and hopefully that can lead to some change. There is that question of if it doesn't lead to change, what do we do? But certainly we have to start with having that open dialogue and that open conversation about difference, so people can challenge maybe stereotypes that they hold. And it kind of leads me a little bit into enablers. Enablers, one of the things I wrote down a bit of a paper, and that's about we've kind of covered that a little bit in this conversation. So, you know, we spoke about sexism, we've spoken about racism, we've spoken about how that they intersect, and some of the ways that that's manifested. But I wonder if you had to say, well, okay, right, I'm going to pick two or three enablers, things that will enable a better environment for female participation, representation. What would those two or three things be? Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say, as I'm a cultural studies person, I would say I start with the stories we tell. I would say that especially in terms of sport and racism and sexism when it comes to girls, I think especially when we start with the children's books already, like in the very, very beginning, the first illustrated books you leaf through, we need to tell diverse stories. We need to see diversity there. And we need to see that girls can't only be the sleeping or sometimes even, you know, sitting around princess waiting for somebody else to take action, but we need to see active girls. And it sounds like a very old, you know, like we keep saying this for ages and ages, but it does make a difference. And I think we already start to see the changes. When I talk to very young, to teenagers, they're really so resistant and unruly in a good way. And they just say, no, I definitely won't be defined by those norms any longer, because I do take up space. I've learned that I can be all this. And, you know, especially when it comes to choosing a job or becoming a professional athlete, we need to have role models, and we need to have the option in the heads of those girls that is even an option, that you could even do that you could become the next Serena Williams, for example. Because before she was there, I mean, as a Black girl, how would you get into the super upper class sport of tennis? How would you even think of that? So this is really very, very important, I think. And then, as I said, we get to the structural level. So the second and third point would be allocated funding to increase diversity from the very beginning, and really not just, you know, putting some money pot somewhere, but really that comes along with programs on how to reach out to those people who don't have the connections naturally from the very beginning. So just really going into the neighborhoods, going into the communities, and showing that sport might be an option. And if people can't afford it, some sports are really expensive, then you have to make that possible just by by funding that. And the last point would be have those people, especially if they've been very successful sportsmen, sportswomen, bring them into the boards, bring them into the ministries. Let's put those people with their experiences and that they're diverse, they're also their lived experience and knowledge of the sports system, put them in the places where decisions are being made. And then I think, because, you know, sometimes diversity discussions are like, they sound so dull and difficult, like how do we include, and you have like, imagine like a board of white people sitting and like, how do we do this? Well, I mean, if the board was diverse, we don't have to concentrate really hard to imagine how life would be as a Black person. Well, have one there, you know? So I think really participation is really, really important, actual participation, and not just being used on a campaign poster. You know, we're so diverse, we have different varieties of people. No, you have to have people on the boards that decide what goes onto those campaign images, right? So I think that's really important. So really the stories we tell and the images we see, the money allocation, and then the boards, the decision makers, those would be my 3 points.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So Hala, I wonder if you had to, 3 points, 3 enablers that can move things forward, and not suggest that things aren't moving forward. But I've taken by your point, Elizabeth, that I have a daughter, she's 21, but when she was 18, she was very conscious, and she still is very conscious on her experience as a female, different to me as a male. So, but, you know, certainly being tenacious about that. And Hala, you gave your experience of being on the field, and I'm assuming it was men that were laughing, but you were tenacious about it. You kept going. But to the question itself, so if you had those 3 enablers, Hala, what would they look like? What would they be?
Elizabeth touched on probably the most important ones in terms of having the financial capacity and support to enable more participation, and the decision-making powers, I think, are 2 of the most key base points, the foundation points that you need. Probably to add to those is outreach, engagement, and partnership. Partnerships really the key ones, not leaving the grassroots clubs to reach out to communities alone, maybe having partnerships with schools or with NGOs around, just to obviously develop the link, develop the trust with these communities to enable them to take part, but to also give support to the clubs. And I think positive action is probably something else, and I think some key elements of that were also covered by Elizabeth. But to have, for example, development opportunities, to have support there, to have not just, I don't agree completely with the concept of quotas, but more around the pathways to those positions as well, which is key. I think is sustainable, is more long term. It's not just reaching the target and then what happens after that person finishes, but really developing and embedding those pathways and having obviously more people, more women go through those structures, whether women only or ethnic minority women or gay women or disabled women, having opportunities for them and understanding their barriers. That's only going to increase more. And I can see now as part of the questions he's asking about the coaches, ethnic minority coaches, discriminations on the rise. I think part of the structures there is also having bespoke courses as part of positive action measures and subsidizing costs, having the quotas, but having those pathways to be able to enable the long-term sustainable opportunities to be involved as well.
Definitely, I think positive action, particularly when it's identified that there are gaps, then how do you go about filling those gaps? And positive action goes alongside that. And I guess you're supporting what Elizabeth said there in terms of funding and having that outreaching capacity. I'm really interested in the partnership piece, because I think that is important at grassroots level. Clubs that have an ethos that is open and inclusive often do require supports and partners to help them with that outreaching piece. So yeah, I think I want to really move. First of all, to thank you. We haven't finished yet. There's still some questions for you, but thank you for your inputs at this point. And I'd like to move to some questions. So I'm just going to turn to Nikki. Nikki, are you there?
Nikki is here, opposite of me, but it's me, David. Hello. Welcome, everybody.
Hi, David.
Good morning. I replaced her for a while.
Okay, no problem.
It's very busy. Yeah, actually, there are questions. If you
Okay.
did you ask me already concretely this? If there are
Yeah,
questions?
and I did. Yeah, Nikki was going to let me know if there were questions and read them out if she had accumulated a certain amount.
Okay, now there is one question of Jean-Marc, which recently came in. So Jean-Marc is pointing again that he agrees that the barriers are quite high when it comes to cultural background, and to prevent ex-female top players to have the opportunity to coach on a high level, especially in mainstream clubs. And he is asking, what can we do more to do against the structural racism?
It wasn't asking that to anyone specifically, and we might have covered it a little bit, but Elizabeth and Hala, if you want to take that? You want to go first, Hala, maybe?
Yeah, sure. I think it's something that I touched on. I just saw the question answered that towards the end of the last point, but it's that positive action that's important here in terms of creating pathways for players who've maybe finished their careers and want to go on to coach. It's also creating the positions or subsidizing the costs sometimes of these courses, but making an active effort to whether it's publicizing these opportunities or developing again partnerships with some of these players, developing focusing groups, understanding what their barriers are, and then working together to include more of them. I mean, to get to those high levels, it's very competitive for any player. So I guess and a lot of the time you see it's who you know, not what you know. And there's, I think, different methods as well now as part of recruiting and hiring, is whether it's the blind names that you can use on the CVs. But again, you always seem to know from the experience who it is. But again, maybe exploring different initiatives or opportunities to understand how to make it more fair on players in general, because it is very, very competitive at that level.
And I think maybe to add to that, in Austria, we have a huge problem, especially with Islamophobic hate crimes. They are on the rise, which is horrible. And I think especially also, you know, because you can say the ministries, the government, they need to do something, but also in your own area of, in your own agency, you know, it is in your own agency to say, no, this doesn't have to happen. So if you hear someone being called names, if you see some horrible racist interaction, speak up. Don't just accept that. And that also means, you know, sometimes I think when we think of racist slurs and everything, we think about that happening in broad daylight in very explicit ways out on the street, but it can also mean, you know, you're sitting at a table and someone says, we're definitely not going to give that job to a hijab wearing Muslim woman, for example. I mean, if you hear that, you need to speak up, right? This can't happen. And sometimes it might feel as if you're not strong enough or don't have the power to do so, but get allies. You know, I mean, if that happens at the job, you just talk to someone in your company, that there has to be some kind of you know, support structure available where you can point out such problems. So I think it's really you know, being open towards seeing and witnessing what's happening to other communities in your society, and trying to be supportive, not just accepting what's happening. Because I think we're really at a point where we know that we have a huge problem, but how can we start to change that? And also, by the way, online, because I did a lot of research on the digital spheres, if you see someone being really criticized, discriminated against in the comment section under a photo or something, just point that out. If you have the energy, just go in there and try to explain why that's a problem, and why and I think as soon as someone starts, you know, we really see as soon as someone starts, others chime in too. So it's just sometimes you need to be courageous and speak up if you see injustice happening.
Yeah, I think that personal responsibility is important. I think, Hala, you touched on policies and procedures. So, you know, looking at things that might help to remove some of these structural barriers, blind recruitment being one. And I know in the English football, they have the Rooney Rule, which came from the United States, which really identified that there were these differences that you saw on the field of play in terms of participation of people from diverse backgrounds playing, but not seeing them taking part in the coaching structure. So it's about having measures in place once you've identified some of the issues to be able to deal with it. But at the same time, as you say, Elizabeth, it's about people being upright and being responsible and standing up when they see injustice as it relates to racism and sexism. I just wondered, are there any more questions, David?
Actually, not really a question, but we have a comment from Gaia Ciccarelli, if I pronounce it right, in the chat, that she really agrees with Elizabeth on what she said with what she sees as an educator when she is teaching or coaching young girls, and that these gender roles definitely weigh on the kind of self-agency and freedom agency we all really have. I don't know, Gaia, if you're in, or Elizabeth, if you can respond on that.
I mean, I could add a personal anecdote because when I think of my physical education classes in school, they were just horrible. They were terrible. And I know so many women my age who really were, I don't know, the whole point of those classes was to push the very, very best and to put down the others. And it was really like some stuff you just can't do if you're not super fit and super sporty, like climbing a rope or something. That's just really hard. That's not where you start if you're a girl reading books all day, right? So I think also physical education, we were really graded down to like 1.3. I don't know. There don't need to be grades. Like we don't need grades in physical education, whatever. Like it doesn't really matter. And the more the more the pressure was on, the more we hated sports. And it was a lifelong struggle up to now, really, to reclaim sports for myself and to see it as a form of self-expression, of movement, of freedom. And when you're pushed into those structures, either as either in terms of very, very hierarchical structures, or in terms of you have to do this for your looks, you have to do this to play a certain role in class. But why can't it just be free? Why couldn't physical education, for example, really show you every class a different kind of sport? It could show you avenues where you could develop, right? And it really took a long time to get rid of that whole shaming, the whole shame experience around sports in school. And I think that, I mean, it's really unimaginable to me what that ruins, how much potential we lose if that's how we approach sports. So definitely, I mean, my physical education teacher definitely didn't increase our opportunities to act upon the world, but rather really shut them down.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And Hala, did you have any comments in relation to the comment itself?
Yeah, I mean, just I guess it's taking the pressure off sports, and especially for the inclusion of refugee women who've probably never participated before, or it's not been something that they've been active in before, is starting at that recreational element, building the confidence from that point on, exploring the social benefits, the health benefits, the integration element of it that can help them become integrated in a new country or a new city, wherever they are. And using sport as a tool to build upon that, as opposed to becoming pro or playing in leagues at that level. Unless, again, changing cultures or changing experiences and building capacity, though the women and girls want to develop into that level, then also building the opportunities there to do so. So I think depends what your goals and aspirations are and what you're using sport for.
And I think, when we think about sport in general and think about health enhancing sport, and that's certainly something that the European Commission looks at in terms of how sport can be beneficial for people in all sorts of domains, whether or not it's a social interaction, but certainly in terms of health enhancing. And certainly if people have experiences, as you're explaining there, Elizabeth, that at a very young age that kind of restricts them from wanting to be involved in sport, this can have a longer term impact, I suppose, on whether or not they're physically active, and that benefits their health. So that there's a lot in making sure that people feel comfortable to be involved in sport and don't have those excessive pressures put on them when they want to be free and involved, certainly at an early age.
Regardless
to
of
check.
their looks, right? If I just might add that regardless of their looks, because if we talk about, I mean, in my book, fat discrimination is one of the central aspects, and people who don't fit the slender ideal already in the beginning, it's impossible. Like you get discrimination everywhere. You get looks like, okay, how is this person entering a gym? You want to go swimming? It's really, really hard. And you know, they are told constantly to lose weight and to start working out. And you know, working out is not losing weight, and being skinny is not being healthier necessarily than being fat. But it's just that if people see a fat body, they see an unhealthy body, they see a lazy person, someone who doesn't fit in this space. And there's this, it's definitely not inclusive, especially to people in what's positioned as othered bodies. So really not just making space not just for the most normative and most fit and active already, but making space for everyone, as Hala said. And also I think the industry just needs to, also the clothing industry, they just need to start producing sportswear for everybody in bigger sizes. They need to produce those cool sports hijabs. Why not? I mean, what is the problem, right? What is the problem there? In France, I think it was 1 or 2 years ago, women wearing bikinis, so just clothing to go swimming with, they were forced to undress. What's wrong? Why? Why can't they just, you know, live their best life and enjoy the beach? What is the problem there? So for Muslim women, it's virtually impossible to go swimming if you're not allowed to wear that, and then don't want to do it other ways or can't because of religious reasons. Why is this opportunity taken from them? So there's so many avenues and layers to this, because you know, if there are no workout clothes for you, you can't just go in jeans, right? So there's really also very, very multi-layered issues here.
Yeah, and I think it's about removing those barriers and putting in place enablers. As I said, if you look at, say, the World Health Organization, for example, the World Health Organization said that being physically inactive is a risk factor to your health. So if there are barriers to people wanting to freely to be active because of their size or because of their gender, then this has an impact. And if that happens at a very young age, then this has an impact down the line in terms of your participation. So yeah, it's about being a more inclusive environment that allows for people to want to engage and be involved in sport and physical activity. I'm looking at the time and I see we have a few more minutes, but also see, David, that there's some questions that may have popped up. So, and I think one might be in German, I think, so I can't understand it. But David, are there any more questions?
Luckily, I speak German.
I understand you do. David.
And I will try. No, but there's also a short translation below. So it's a question from Katrin Oberhöller. And she's asking about public space, about public room, in this case, playgrounds or sports fields, which are public, and how we could make them more equal in terms of using them. She says that nowadays in Austria, for example, almost all playgrounds or sport fields are used for sports by young men, and the girls are almost invisible. They are allowed to join and play if they're good enough and they have skills, but if they just want to have a little fun, they are not involved and have just to watch. So the question is, how could we do, or how could we make public space more equally used?
There's a really
Elizabeth.
good
Elizabeth.
There's a really good example of this in Criado Perez's book Invisible Women, which is about the fact that women are often forgotten when it comes to the planning of cities, the planning of technology, the development of technology, and especially in terms of playgrounds. So I can really, it's also translated to German as Unsichtbare Frauen, Criado Perez. And she says, in Vienna, interestingly enough, city planning has a gender focus, has had so for, I think, almost like more than 2 decades. And she explains that, you just have to talk to those girls what they need to be able to freely express themselves. And in the book, she explains that if you have a very wide open space, If boys have learned to take up this space for themselves, then they will use this space for themselves, right? And if girls have learned to, you know, stick to themselves, stick to their group, and not really engage with lots of open space, what you have to do is create the playground differently and plan it differently. So what they did is kind of have kind of niche areas. They don't have a whole open park, but they make pathways. They put the trees and the bushes, so that the space is safe, well lit. Also because, you know, for women and also girls, violence is a huge problem. So you know, you have to have a safe, but also safe in terms of very security, but also safe in terms of how do I feel safe here? Do I want to engage here? Do I want to stay here? So yeah, that this goes down to city planning and infrastructure. So I think that a lot of work is being done, but definitely not enough. Super. Also really, I recommend that book because it there's a whole chapter on city planning. Also, Feminist City is a great book that also talks about, you know, how do women take what pathways do they take? How do they go through the city? And you know, it's often the case that women go with prams. They push their children in prams, which is why they need a more inclusive space, because stairs are a huge problem. For example, who takes public transport? Who goes by car? All those questions, really, really interesting. So the other one, the other book I recommend is Feminist City. They're really cool suggestions in there.
Okay, thank you. And Hala, did you have any comments or any thoughts on that question of the environment? We can't hear you, Hala, I believe.
It's better.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. Good stuff. No, just to mention, I think Elizabeth explained it very well there. I mean, it goes back to the same point as how I opened up that, for example, sport has been male dominated for many years, and that's why the structures and the decisions serve men more than women. So I think it's the same in other areas of society, and planning is probably something that's key in terms of making sure that those playgrounds can be inclusive, they can be accessible to anybody who wants to go and use them at any age with any ability as well. So, and again, if they're not and they're not going to be regenerated, then it's about people claiming the space and using their confidence and voice to go and participate as well.
And definitely, I think it does come back down to that representation at decision-making levels. Because if you're there represented at decision-making levels, then you bring another perspective to decisions that are being made, and whether or not that's in the built environment, generally speaking, but also within sport environments when you're talking about the building of facilities and you know, decisions that are made in that regard. I know that we are close to the end. I think we're over by 3 minutes. So David, just one last outreach to you to see if there's any one last question.
Okay, there. I will try to combine two questions to one. It's both questions are related to the public institutions, governing bodies. Christian Tibor from Likuka in Finland is asking one, and also my colleague Kurt is asking one. He mentions Sarah Gregorius from FIFPro, which yesterday spoke a lot about that the sport should be built up by those who use it, so players and fans, and this diversity on the field should be also reflected in the governing bodies and institutions. So how to reach that? And Christian also goes in the same direction, as he mentions that the FA in Finland is now handing out free sport hijabs, but just because of the pressure, public pressure. So how to change how to reach that aim that governing bodies and institutions are also reflecting the diversity, which is maybe on the field already.
Okay. So were they just two comments, David?
For now, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for those comments. I think we covered a little bit in our conversation, some of those to some degree, maybe not fully. I'm just conscious of the time, and I'm really hoping that as a male, I think it's quite difficult to sit here and have a conversation about sexism. not meaning that as a male that you can't challenge sexism and that's something that we should all do, but to really understand it. So we started this conversation really at the beginning by looking at, okay, how is sexism and racism manifested? And I think both Elizabeth and Halle, you gave us a good sense of what that may look like. And then we moved on a little bit down to, okay, what are some of the things that can be done? What are some of the things that we can look at that can help to challenge sexism and racism and exclusion in general? And you touched on a number of different things, from telling the stories, not having a singular narrative, looking at funding and outreaching, and governance. I think that was a big thing, how people sit within that governance structure, that representation, as well as partnerships and positive action. So I don't intend to summarize in a very detailed way what you've said. I'm hoping that the conversation was a conversation. I'm hoping that those that joined us online were able to in some way digest what was said. I know there were some questions. We got to most of them, if not all of them. So really it just leaves me to thank you, Elizabeth, for your time, and to thank you, Halle, for your time, and to close this session. So thank you very, very much, and thanks everyone that took part.
Thank you.
David, do I hand to you? Cut.
Yes. Thanks a lot for your excellent job. Thanks to the participants, to Elizabeth and Halle. I think, yes, and all the best to the family member of Khalida who has to go a surgery today, unfortunately. All the best. So this was our kickoff for today. So we will continue with the next point on the agenda, which is the workshop on action research for inclusion of migrant women and girls in sport, how to produce empowering knowledge. That will start at 11:30. So yeah, be prepared, be with us. We will then have a lunch break and have another group of very interesting guests after the lunch break at 1:30. It's about clubs as gatekeepers opening grassroots sports for girls. And now we would just present you some of our outputs from the Spin Women project. We have the WISP, the Italian Sport for All organization, produced a series of animated videos about issues of barriers which girls from a minority background have to face. And this is something you can enjoy during the break. Thank you.
I don't want to lie. I don't like doing sports. I don't feel the need. I'm bored. I'm seem to waste time. I'm not a competitive person. I'm a caregiver, and I live at home of a lady who needs assistance. I have 1 day off per week, and in those hours, I prefer to go out for tea with my friends. But I'm almost 50 years old. I've been doing this job since I was 20, and I start to have pain everywhere, especially in the back. The daughter of the lady noticed it. She saw me grimace with every little movement. She's a gymnastic instructor, and began to talk to me about the need to strengthen the abdominal muscles, to learn how to do the movement correctly, and blah, 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 a deadly boredom. She told me about a gym where she works, where there are courses specifically to these things, but I pretend the pain had passed me. Then, 2 weeks ago, my back hurt so much that I could hardly lift myself. Don't speak about to raise another person. I went to the doctor, who told me that I needed to treat my body better, or I should stop working. And who would send the money home then? So I gave up. I went to this gym where they are teaching me how to do the movements and how to strengthen the muscles groups to avoid back pain. In the end, it's not as bad as I thought. And since I started doing sport, I'm so much better, and I'm not even bored anymore. I am Latifa. I arrived here 3 years ago and had never played sports. Where I come from, it is thought that the woman's body becomes unattractive and then it is difficult, for example, to find a husband. That's why it took me so long to get close to a sports center. I didn't like the idea of deforming my body. I wanted to stay soft. But I saw other girls who played sports and seemed to have fun. I entered the sports center where a girl I know goes, and I spoke to an operator. At the beginning, I was a little ashamed to talk about my problem. I felt it like a frivolous thing, but she made me feel at ease, and so I opened up. She explained to me that there is not only one way to play sports, and that we, together with the coach, have to decide how much we want to push based on the results we want to achieve. I have been doing gymnastics for a year now, together with a group of women. I made new friends. I feel good, and my body is more toned. But it hasn't changed as I was afraid it would.
Hello, welcome back to the Spin Women Conference. We actually started yesterday, as you might know already, with an in-person event, but today we have our Zoom webinar with the second event for today after a very interesting panel discussion on multiple forms of discrimination, sexism, and racism in the morning with Elizabeth and Halla from FIFA. So the next point is a workshop actually, and because with the Spin we had this idea of looking how the production of knowledge is done, and how to make this process of producing knowledge and know-how in a way we think it's appropriate and necessary, also from a political perspective. So I have now the pleasure to introduce our next input. This is Victoria. She would start off the workshop while we are still fixing the final details on the technical side. Following the input from Victoria, you will then enter breakup rooms where we have a more in-depth discussion and exchange with the workshop facilitators. Okay, so now I hand over to Victoria. Good to have you here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kurt. Welcome to our session. My name is Victoria. As Kurt said, I'm from Camino in Berlin. And Camino is one of the partner organizations of SPIN. I'm facilitating this first part of our session about findings and methods of our action researches, which we have realized in our SPIN project. And I'm going to explain you now shortly what we are going to do in the next hour. We will present barriers of migrant women and girls with a focus on grassroots sports, and we will discuss also strategies to overcome these barriers. I think this goes very good, connects very good to what we've heard in the first very inspiring panel discussion this morning. These are findings of action researches we realized, as I've mentioned. In this first part of the session, I will give you a short introduction about the method of action research and why we use this empowering method, or at least an adopted version of the method of action research in the SPIN network. Actually, we realized 3 action researchers, and we have the 3 young female researchers who did this action researches here today with us. At least I hope so, because Nuria had some technical problems, and she, I think, is now trying to connect. I hope she will make it. Nuria Karimi from Austria, Lulu Zabiti, researcher from Finland, and Kyra Homan, researcher from Germany. And these 3 researchers will present very briefly the most important findings of their researches. And in the second part of this session, after about half an hour, you will be split up in 3 breakout rooms. You will be directed to one breakout room with one of the researchers and one facilitator. Our idea in the breakout rooms is to get into an interactive discussion with you, about the findings of the research, but also about the message of the action research and about the question how to produce empowering knowledge. And last but not least, also about your own experiences in your organizations with barriers and solutions to overcome these barriers. I'm going to share my screen now, and I hope it will work. Yes, I think you can see my screen, hopefully. What is action research? Action research is a research approach based on the idea of Kurt Lewin. Kurt Lewin was a German psychologist who fled in the 1930s from Germany to the United States. And actually, he did research about democratic leadership and its influence to productivity. The main idea of an action research is that those who are affected of a special situation come up with a solution for the situation. And this solution is based on an own empirical research, which means the research is done by those who are affected by the social situation or the social problem. Action research has been used in a broad range of topics, for instance, by teachers who investigated their own teaching methods and how to improve the teaching impact. In this way, action research is a method of social change because the goal is the improvement of the social situation. And action research is often described as a circle of research, action, reflection, and research again. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, we could not realize this action research circle as I described it now so far, but still in the SPIN network, our goal is to use the results of our action researches for social changes in sports and in sports organizations. So why did we use this method of action research within the SPIN network? We wanted to explore the topic of barriers of migrant women and girls in sports, and we wanted to explore as well strategies to overcome these barriers. We have already done this research from the perspective of a white non-migrant researcher. But our goal was to change the perspective. And we were very happy to have found 3 female researchers with sports background and also with migrant background who were interested to do the action researches. And we did it in Finland, in Austria, and in Germany. So instead of speaking about migrant women and girls, we wanted to let them speak by themselves. We provided some consulting while doing the research, but the researchers mainly choose their own methods, qualitative methods and quantitative methods, and develop their own research questions. So that is why we use this approach to foster migrant knowledge production about inclusion in sports and to gain knowledge by those who are affected by barriers and discrimination in sports themselves. As I said, we have 3 female researchers. We have Nuria Karimi from Austria. She did a field study report on young migrant women and women's football in Graz. Nuria studied law in Graz in Austria and worked as a student assistant at the Institute of Cultural Anthropology and European Ethnology in Graz. Our second researcher from Finland is Lulu Sabiti. She worked on challenges of migrant and ethnic minority women and girls in Finland, and she studied sociology at Diakonia Applied Science University in Helsinki. And the third researcher is Kaira Hohmann, and she had a special focus on participation opportunities in non-mainstream football clubs in Berlin in Germany. Kaira studied politics in Berlin, Germany, and is now pursuing a master degree in social sciences in Berlin. So I'm very happy to have these three researchers with us today and afterwards in the breakout sessions. The researchers, these three researchers are publicated. It's a brand new publication which came out last week. I show it to you now. I'm not sure if it's already online on the website of the SPIN website, but for sure it will be in the next day. So you can download the research as well if you're interested to go a bit deeper into it and into the results. So this is my introduction, and I am looking now at the technical part. Could you give the floor to the researchers, please? I think Lulu is going to start with her presentation, a short presentation of results of the main findings. Hello, I'm going to see Jean-Marc. And Kaira.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Victoria.
Hi.
Just a very spontaneous in-between moderation. We just need like a few more minutes to fix the breakout rooms.
Okay.
So just like stay tuned and wait a little bit. Perhaps in between, I just can recommend you also not only the action research that Victoria presented. It's not online yet, unfortunately, but it will be, of course, after the conference. And also the previous research is really a recommendation, which was also made within the SPIN Women project and focused on barriers and strategies of migrant women to participate in sport. So all of this material, of course, will be available via the SPIN website after the conference. And all of you, all participants will, of course, be provided with all the information with our report, but also the links to the here produced material.
Mm-hmm.
So we just need a few more minutes.
Yeah, but Nikki, we are still in the plenary session. We have the presentation of Lulu and Kaira now before we are going to the breakout rooms, right?
Okay, perfect. Then go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Lulu, would you like to start with your short presentation of the main findings you had in your own action research and mention also a bit of the method you used?
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Lulu. Victoria already introduced me. Quickly, Kuka, and also I was a researcher on the action research. And my research was about, was to examine the challenges that migrant women face in regards to playing sports in Finland. And the method I used was a qualitative research, relying on real-life experiences and the fact that it aims to explore the in-depth understanding of social phenomena. I used structured interviews. So my results, we carried out a total of 25 interviews, and they were carried out with migrant and ethnic minority women between the ages of 20 to 45 who live in Finland. And the interviews are recorded with the consent of the participants, of course. And there were also open mic interviews and questions during some events like the Spin Women Focus Group, Respect Pride Tournament, Tebakoski Sport Events, European Week of Sports, and the Fair Action Week, and Global Family Awards. So I'll talk about a few of the results, and then we can talk about the strategies later in the breakout groups. So there was family support, and that is broken into the parental and the spousal approval that some of the women felt they required. And it's especially important for women whose parents and spouses need to understand the benefits of the sport to allow them to encourage physical activity and feel comfortable that the environment will be safe. So they felt like they needed, for the young girls and the young women, they felt like there was lack of support from their parents and lack of spousal support who didn't understand the benefits, like the mental, emotional, and physical benefits of doing sports. Then there's also, in relation to that, the family support. There was a family responsibilities, like childcare in some migrant cultures. There's a foundation of, it's rather foundation or it's a culture about childcare being traditionally the sole responsibility of the women. Although attitudes are changing and there's childcare, the childcare services for women in some of the organizations, but some of the women don't know about these opportunities. Like they can actually do sports and go with the children, and the people take care of the children while they're doing the sports. So then that also, there's a lack of time to participate because of all these responsibilities. Then the financial aspect, like inadequate funds, for example, some of the asylum seekers we interviewed, like some of them couldn't afford to pay for the mainstream gyms and sports clubs, sports centers, and the multicultural organizations that carry out these activities for this target group get little to no funding, and some of the activities are kind of limited to a certain number of participants. So a lot of people are left out. And also for the professional, those doing the professional sports, there's low pay in regards to female athletes. Like, yeah, so they opt to give up the sport and go for another profession totally related to sports. So, and that's in regards to the finances, because they have bills to pay and all this, maybe a family to take care of. So the funding, the low pay, and the last one I'll talk about because of time is the no prior skills and experience, like no sports background, because some of them come from cultures that Finland has a sports culture, and some migrant cultures don't have this, because when you're growing up, like I'll talk from also my experience as a researcher, and also in comparison to the interviews that we did, we don't have this, like you have responsibilities at home, take care of your siblings, do housework at home and all that. So there's little or no space left for sports. So not having that experience and no background when you come to culture, Finnish culture that has sports, there's a contrast. So that's a barrier for some of the immigrant women. Yeah. We'll discuss more of the about the strategies in the breakout sessions, but I was trying to wrap up a few of the results that we found.
Yes, thank you very much, Lulu, for your insight of your very interesting research. And as you said, you can go deeper into it in the breakout sessions. So I give the floor to Kyra, who will present her main findings.
Thank you, Victoria. So, hello everyone, I'm Kaira, and I also did an action research using qualitative methods, mainly narrative interviewing and participative observation. So, I ended up conducting 5 in depth interviews with migrant female athletes in the age range from 17 to 21. Only one of the women were 27, so a little bit older. And I actually got to know most of them during a spin tournament that I joined on behalf of Spin, where I had the chance to get to know the woman better. They also invited me to dinner afterwards. So I had the chance to establish some personal contact at the beginning since I didn't know any of them. And 2 of the 5 athletes that I ended up doing the interviews with, one of them was referred from my personal sports networks, and another one was a young woman that I contacted via social media. And Victoria already said, because of the pandemic, we could only conduct a low number of interviews in my case, and there were phone interviews. And the participative observation took place during the spin tournament that I just mentioned. And I analyzed all the material through thematic coding. So much about the methods. We can dive into that a little bit more in the breakout rooms, maybe. But my focus was specifically non-mainstream football organizations, precisely migrant self-organizations or so-called ethnic sporting associations. And I wanted to explore how these women that I talked to perceived obstacles and struggles in mainstream sporting clubs, and what were the reasons of choosing those alternative outlets that they were in. So the 5 women that I talked to, 4 of them went to many different clubs, tried to find a suitable one for them. And one of the girls was playing in an alternative organization since the beginning. But in the end, all of them currently are playing in a migrant self-organization or something like a social NGO. And the main findings of my research were, first, the most basic one, that there is a very huge potential in non-mainstream football, both for migrant women and for non-migrant women. And at the same time, there is definitely the need for more funding. And the second very important aspect of this research was that migrant self-associations are particularly appealing to newcomers, but also children of migrants and their descendants, because the club and the team members share each other's social realities. And collectivity and team spirit are actively encouraged by trainers within practice, but also beyond the field. And by doing so, migrant self-organizations actively encourage and try to build safe spaces for migrant footballers or female athletes. And that was very important. Like, this aspect of actively encouraging and creating safe spaces was perceived as one of the most important reasons to join a non-mainstream organizations for the women that I talked to. And related to this aspect is that alternative football clubs in general often show a more pronounced political awareness regarding anti-racism, anti-discrimination, gender awareness, which many players with migratory backgrounds, but not only players with migratory backgrounds, particularly appreciate and prioritize when trying to find a sporting club. And not only do the team members and the trainers understand their social realities, so that was the point that I referred to earlier, but they also create very clear and often quite strict anti-discrimination policies in their club. So derogatory terms are penalized, and at the same time, they work together with their with the athletes in going to either protests in the most active version, or they do workshops about how to use gender-aware language, about how to encourage equality on the field. So this aspect of anti-racism and anti-discrimination awareness and policies was one of the third main reasons for women to choose a non-mainstream football organization.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyra, for your insights into this special topic of non-mainstream organizations and their potential to create safe spaces, as you said, which is a very important point, I think. So I'm not sure if Nuria, it seems that Nuria didn't make it because she is in a hotel in Bucharest and the internet connection seems to be very bad. Is it right, Martin? Or yeah, so she won't make it to the breakout rooms either. Did you speak to her to connect with her phone, mobile phone? Without picture.
Yeah, but I think technically this wouldn't work. So we thought about that, but the connection is just too bad. Sorry for that.
What a pity. What a pity. So should we go now directly to the breakout sessions, Martin, or would you mention something of the research of Nuria now?
Well, I could try. So this would be overly improvised because I didn't conduct the research and I'm also not an expert in the field. Apologies. But I read her research and I can just try to present her major outtakes. Maybe this would be interesting for the whole audience. Yeah. So, yeah. Apologies for not being overly professional, but I'm just giving it a try right now. And what Nuria did, so she made 8 interviews, qualitative interviews, in football clubs, grassroots girls and women football clubs in Graz. Graz is the second biggest city in Austria with about like 280,000 inhabitants. And more than half of the women were from, or actually girls, were from Afghanistan, and the others from Syria and Bulgaria. And most of them fled to Austria with their parents in 2016 and 2017. And in her research, I see like 3 major outtakes, and the first of it is that sport is an expression of the body, which is especially an issue for some Muslim communities when thinking of headscarves. And here you can see that headscarves is a barrier in sports because meanwhile there are some special headscarves for swimming, etc., but not by far, not in every sport. And also, which is a major problem, that sport federations don't have regulations how to use headscarves when they allow it and when they don't. A second outtake is families and parents. And let's begin with the mothers. In her 8 interviews, Nuria saw a lack of understanding of sport in general among the mothers when it comes, for example, to the hymen and the assumption that the girl's virginity could be lost through doing sports and through practicing football regularly. And another example was the fathers and brothers. So in some Muslim communities, that's what Nuria found out. And through her interviews, that's what the girls and young women told her, is that the man is the undisputed head of the family. And through migrant women and gaining more independence through sport, this sometimes leads to a significant loss of authority for fathers. and also for brothers. So there is a need for sensitization and for interaction with fathers and brothers, and the girls and young women that Nuria talked to advised to having more information for fathers and for brothers, and maybe also to like build conjunctions and cooperations with mosques and social institutions and grassroots sports clubs to kind of raise awareness. And one solution or one strategy for informing mothers, or for helping them to better understand the sports and where it leads to, and that it probably has no medical consequences for the young girls, would be through like tandems. For example, in swimming, there are some examples where mothers go to swimming with their daughters, and that this is also a platform where interaction and awareness raising and discussion, dialogue could happen. And the third outtake, and this is my last point, would be the role models. So Nuria herself and some of her interviews played in a grassroots girls sports club, not only for migrants, but also with migrants. And out of this very grassroots sports club, one migrant woman from Kosovo made it to a professional sports club in Austria, to Sturm Graz. And this has been like a major push for the small sports club, which name is FC Jam United, which is connected to a youth center in Graz. And the girls playing for this FC Jam United also said that for them it was important to not only having people and girls and young women with migrant backgrounds in their club, but also to have, let's say, autochthonous youth speaking, having German as a mother tongue. So also important for them for kind of integration and learning the local dialect and Styria in this very part of Austria, and not only having like other autochthonous youth, sorry for this word, but also to have instructors from both, with migrant background, but also without migrant background, to better integrate and to better like learn the language. And yeah, I'd say these are the three major outtakes. I hope that this was kind of understandable, and I also hope that I got the main points that Nuria wanted to point out.
Thank you very much, Martin. You are great. Thank you for replacing Nuria and giving us presenting us this outtakes of research. And you have already mentioned some solution strategies, which she mentioned in the research. So I think we are going now into our breakout session to go into a discussion with our participants, and I will see Markus. Does it work, our breakout sessions?
Hello, everybody. We are starting now our breakout sessions, and for this reason, I would like to ask you to leave the webinar, because we have to open another channel for another meeting so that we can open the breakout sessions. There will be 3 breakout sessions, one for the workshop for the research in Austria, one for Germany, and one for Finland. So please log in. You will have on the screen the slide with the meeting ID and the password, and we will then send you to one of the workshop rooms. Yeah. So the meeting ID, please insert. Yeah, the meeting ID is 86570497051, and the code is SPINWomen. Please be a little bit patient so that we can put you in one of the workshop rooms. After the end of the workshops, please wait again in the main meeting room of the next meeting, and then there will be the next steps. And after a short break, please then log in again to the webinar. We will give you again and remind you with the webinar link again. Yeah. So that's it for the moment. See you in a few minutes in the breakout rooms.
Okay, thank you.
Wo sollt ihr Daten aufschreiben? Da kann man eigentlich das im Chat reinschreiben.
Das ist nicht
I like swimming. I like water. I like moving in the water. It relaxes me and makes me feel good. But I don't feel comfortable going to the swimming pool with men. For 3 years, I've been living in a refugee center for women and a swimming pool that recently opened near the facility. Together with the center operator, we went to inquire. But it's a mixed pool and has standard costumes to wear because the private sponsor. So I don't feel like going. I was told that there is a swimming pool where once a week they organize courses for women only. The instructors are women, the staff is female. You can put on and wear the burkini. But it's really so far from where I am. The course for women end in the evening, and I'm afraid to cross the city at night. The operator of the center told me that she can write to the swimming pool nearby, make a petition to have a course for women only. But I told her to leave it. Have no desire to make a cultural battle, nor a revolution. I just wanted to swim. like swimming. I like water. I like moving in the I like football. Really, since I was a child. I've lived here since I was 3. Now I'm 16. I attend all the school here. My parents, especially Dad, are unbearable. They fall behind in time, and Dad tells me that I can't play football or another sport. like water. I like moving in the water. It relaxes me and makes me feel good. But I don't feel comfortable going to the swimming pool with men. For 3 years, I've been living in a refugee center for women and a swimming pool that recently opened near the facility. Together with the center operator, we went to inquire. But it's a mixed pool and has standard costumes to wear because the private sponsor. So I don't feel like going. I was told that there is a swimming pool where once a week they organize courses for women only. The instructors are women, the staff is female. You can put on and wear the burkini. But it's really so far from where I am. The course for women end in the evening, and I'm afraid to cross the city at night. The operator of the center told me that she can write to the swimming pool nearby, make a petition to have a course for women only. But I told her to leave it. I've no desire to make a culture battle, nor a revolution. I just wanted to swim. I like football. Really, since I was a child. I've lived here since I was 3. Now I'm 16. I attend all the school here. My parents, especially Dad, are unbearable. They've fallen behind in time, and Dad tells me that I can't play football or another sport, while my brother does it.
No.
I also show him bending like Beckham. But do you think he helped? It is contrary to our religion, he says. But where is written? They treat you badly anywhere. They will force you to remove the veil and need ham sandwich when you travel. I initially believed it, so I was really scared. Then one day, I saw a flyer at school, which speaks about sport for all, inclusive sports and things like that. But the strange thing is that in the flyer to advertise the football team, there was a photo of a girl with a veil on her head. Unbelievable! I took courage and went to talk to them. A boy and a girl explained to me how it works, that I can safely play with the veil, that there is a radar on the plane wearing it, and that they would make me sandwiches with cheese. I came home very happy. Yippee! But when I told that, my goodness, he got angry and locked me in my room without TV all evening. Next day, I spoke to the boys again, who said they were a sort of cultural sports mediator, enough to go to talk to Dad. They had this chat with me present, and it turned out that Dad was really afraid for me. He didn't do it out of spite. Well, he's not happy enough. But what about? Tomorrow I do my first workout. So ever since I was a child, I love boxing. I've always watched the meetings in my cousin's trailer because her family had a TV. And I have fun copying the technique by watching the meetings, punching in the air. But I didn't want to be satisfied. I was sure that if I trained it, I could have become very strong. I knew some guys from the camp who organized by themselves and were boxing with a coach who followed them. They made me stay with them a bit, and I also know that a couple. But then, They excluded me, saying that the boxing is a sport for boys and that I should think about cooking and having children. I didn't give up. I went to a gym where I knew there were other women doing boxing. I signed up. I started training. But I realized that the other girls barely spoke to me, looked at me badly, never invited me to go out with them after training. They chocolate weren't right. Well, in a nutshell, they didn't want me either. So I didn't go anymore. I keep dreaming it from the TV. But maybe my destiny is ready to cook and have children.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our webinar, Spin Women webinar. Excuse me again for the harsh interruption before in the meeting. We were thrown up, unfortunately, but I hope everybody found their way back. I want to welcome you to the next session. Today we heard a lot in the morning about interrelations of racism and sexism and how to deal with that. And we heard really, really interesting insights on a study revealing the barriers for migrant girls in sport, and had also a workshop sessions where we had the chance to discuss this a little bit more deeply, also letting enough space to bring the participants into more action and let them bring in their views. And now in these sessions, we are focusing on the role that clubs are playing. Sport clubs, grassroots sport clubs are often described as a social microcosm where a space can be made where everybody is welcome, where people come together, no matter what kind of color they have, no matter their social status or their origin. But this counts only for boys and men. If we look at statistics and so on, we always see that girls and women do not find their way to sport clubs. So we are now discussing today with a very wonderful round these topics and how we can deal with that and how we can overcome barriers. And I want to welcome the speakers to the panel. Is everybody here already? Okay. Can I see them also on the screen? Okay, but everybody's here. I just talking with it. Okay, I said missing. Okay, welcome here. We're just missing one speaker, but anyway, we're trying to get her on board and we're trying to call her and she will join a little bit later our session. I'm very happy to welcome a range of speakers here in these panels. We have representatives of sport federations, just mentioning Pearl Slattery. She's from the Football Association of Ireland and responsible there for the women's football program. I want to welcome Marijke Fleuren. I hope I pronounced this name right. She's from the European Hockey Federation and president of the high-level group on gender equality in sport. And I also very warmly want to welcome representatives from grassroots sport clubs. I want to introduce to you Anna Ressmann. She's from the Viennese grassroots club FC Maria Hilf and chairwoman of the Women's Committee of the Viennese Football Association. And I also want to introduce to you, she is not here yet, but I hope she will join us later, Ayesat Yusuf. She is a former Nigerian international, and she's from the Finnish NGO Monoliku. And she is a coach, a football coach, and is coaching a multicultural women's team in Finland. And I also want to welcome a representative from non-organized sport, from a youth worker from the Association of Vienna Youth Centers, who can tell us really a lot about the social situation of girls she is working with and how they find or how they not find their way to sport clubs. I want to welcome Merlina Linke to our discussion here. Welcome on board, all of you. So perhaps in the first round, I want to start with a question to you, Merlina. I know that sport is kind of an important thing in the work with youth, in your work in particular. So how do you integrate sport to your work with girls in your everyday working situations?
Well, thank you for having me. I hope everyone can hear me. Well, our approach is that we want to give girls the opportunity to be active with as little hurdles as possible. So they can come into our youth centers or into the public spaces where we are and try out new things and be active. And we want to encourage them to try out new things and experience doing sport and being active and having fun. That's pretty much the big goal that we're having, that the girls are having fun being active and that they're having fun doing stuff together to build friendships and teamwork and all of that. So our approach is through sports to encourage them to get to know themselves and build their self-esteem. And I believe sports or being active in general, because our approach is not so much on necessarily having a sports career, but just enjoying what you're doing. And I believe sports and activity are a great tool of building self-esteem and self-awareness and being part of a group.
Thank you. I hope we all agree to this, that the big important role sport can play in a personal biography, but also in like a more broader social context. So my second question goes then to Anna, just like skipping a little bit the perspectives to sport clubs. I mean, we see like some development in the area of girls' participation, of migrant girls' participation in organized sport. And I want to ask you, Anna, how is it developing? Is it growing? Are more girls participating in the recent years? You as chairwoman of the Women's Committee, I think you have really a good view into, good insights into really the details. How is the situation of girls' participation in clubs in Vienna?
So thanks for the invitation and welcome everybody. I think the situation becomes, let's say, better over the years. So there are more and more, especially young girls, who are participating in soccer teams. However, since there are only a few clubs in Vienna that offer girls soccer, so there usually are there are only boys teams, which is always kind of obstacle for the girls to join the club. The numbers are very low compared to boys joining soccer teams, and so I think then, yeah, like I said, so generally the numbers of girls are increasing, but we are not still not there where we want them to be. So I think more clubs have to offer soccer, especially for girls. And the clubs, they also need female coaches to encourage girls to play there, because this is also sometimes an obstacle. And it's also what I observe in also in my club, that sometimes there are girls who want to play soccer, but they don't have the support from the family. So the brother is allowed to play soccer, however the girl not. So this is also still one of the problems we have to face, and to overcome.
Thank you, Anna. I now change a little bit to the more federal level. Pearl, I mean, you're coming from a football federation of a country, Ireland, and how would you describe the current situation of girls' participation in Ireland? Would you compare it to the situation Anna described for Vienna, or do you see any change, or what would be needed?
Yeah, hi all, and thanks a million for having me. I'm delighted to be here today. Yeah, I think, look, it's probably a bit different for us because, you know, I currently play myself, and I've played over the years, and I've worked in the women's game for many years, and I think, like around the world, the potential for growth in the women's game is just getting bigger and bigger. It's out there now a lot more. The profile is a lot bigger. We're seeing it more through promotion, social media, role models. So I think in terms of ourselves, in the Association of Ireland, the game is definitely growing. 100%. More girls are getting involved, so it's positive from where we're at. But I suppose my fear is that, you know, we're in a good spot right now, but it's not just, you know, let's kind of clap and say, oh, well done. It's to keep it going and keep raising those standards and to get more girls involved. So, like, in terms of today and different backgrounds and migrants, and look, there's many obstacles, but I think in terms of ourselves, the biggest thing for me, and knowing a lot of players around the game and in the country, in terms of obstacles and getting girls from different backgrounds involved, would be just that information and networking, and them not really knowing about local clubs at times and not having the information they might need to feel comfortable to join a club. So, but I think in terms of ourselves and association, definitely the girls' game is growing and getting better, and we're in a good spot. But I think in terms of different backgrounds and stuff, we can do more. So in terms of data maybe, and finding out where we're currently at, so we can know where we need to go and to get more girls involved from different backgrounds. But I think we're in a good spot in terms of girls' game in Ireland, which I'm happy to say, but we can always achieve better and strive for more.
Thank you. We are changing now. We talked a lot about football, and of course football in Europe is like the thing. It's the biggest sport, but it's also like a sport where we're talking about like gender equality or inclusion of LGBTs is kind of a difficult issue due to the really strong masculinity that we can find in this field. So I want to ask you, Marike, is the situation different if we talk about hockey?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. You were referring to the federal level, but I also was a part of a club. Actually, in field hockey, everybody has also played in clubs, so we know all levels, and that's important because especially for the subject of today, it's important to know where you're talking about. For hockey, indeed, it's quite normal that it's boys, men, girls, and women. So in every club, you have at every level teams of boys, of men, girls, and women. And of course, the numbers of a club are different. Sometimes you have a club of 50 persons, but in Holland, where I am grown up, we have also clubs of 3,000 people. And I think the reason of that is that we are a very small country. We are living nearby each other. We are cycling from the one club to the other, so it's easy to reach a club. I think that you can say, especially in Holland, but all over Europe, and that's of course also one of my areas. In every club you have men and women and boys and girls, but the numbers are different. Say in Spain you have more boys and men than women. And I think in Holland, it's 60% women and 40% men. Worldwide, I think Argentina is especially women, while of course Pakistan and India is more men. So it differs. But one of our conditions from the central body, the world body, is that you always need to have men and women involved to be a member of FIH. So there the constitution is arranged in that way that you need to have both. And then going back to clubs, because that's a big step, of course. You have the world body, you have the continents, you have the federations in a country, as Pearl is describing in Ireland, and you have clubs. So it's 4 levels. But I can see the constitution of FIH back in every smaller constitution of the clubs. And that's an important condition, that a club understands that they are only there to facilitate men and women, boys and girls. But still, you didn't solve with that, of course, what you are describing today about minorities and migrant women. But no, I can speak about it later. But I think in field hockey and I think in tennis, in swimming, it's quite normal. I think that both are there.
I assumed this. Thank you, Marike. After this very general first round, where I wanted you to draw just like a picture from your perspective on women's participation, I want to talk to you now a little bit more in depth about the barriers. So Merlina, you told very, very, very greatly how sport can contribute to the life of girls, but how can I imagine it in your daily work? How do you approach girls? How do you break down their barriers? How do you bring them to get active? What are the tools you use to motivate girls?
Well, first of all, girls or young people in general, they can come into our youth centers for free. So they come if they want to, they don't have to. That's the first step. And secondly, we have activities at the location, but we also sometimes have the opportunity to rent a gym, for example, at a school. weekly and do some stuff there. But for example, in my location where I work, we have a ping pong table and a futsal table and dart and whatnot. And in situations like these, I think it's very important that myself and my coworkers are role models and participate in those activities as well, and show all the young people, not just girls, but that women can be active and have fun and do stuff, whatever it is, and be creative or whatnot. And also do that in, I don't know, like a soccer cage or play basketball or whatnot. So we have to give girls the opportunity to do those things, and also be a role model and show them that it's okay to be sweaty and stuff like that. So we just want to lower the hurdles and make it more accessible for them. And also, like sometimes we go out and have, I don't know, go into a trampoline hole or whatnot. And if we do those activities because the kids have asked for them, then it doesn't cost them as much. So the cost factor is a big one for us, that the young people and the girls especially don't have to pay for all the activities that are offered. So yes, that's one big point in our work. Thank you.
I think role models was like a concept that everybody of you mentioned in the first round already. So also Anna, you said like there's a lack of role models and that female coaches are missing, and it's very hard for girls to start if they are lacking of role models. So what would you say, Anna? Why is it so? Except from missing role models, what are the barriers girls are facing? Why don't they join? Okay, now I'm just hearing that Anna has like connection problems here. So yeah, we are always very spontaneous here. Wait, just a second. Is she coming back? She's back.
Sorry,
Anna, did you hear my?
I had connection problems, and now I was just as a visitor and not so I couldn't see anything.
Okay, did you hear the question, or shall I repeat it?
No, because it was kicked out. Right? Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just like, it was obvious that all of you mentioned like role models, so like role models to really play a big role if it comes to like motivating and welcoming girls to sport. And of course, we are facing a situation of a lack of role models, and this is one reason, one barrier that girls are confronted with. And I wanted to ask you, what are other barriers? What are the barriers? What would you say? Why is it? Why are there so few girls clubs? What's the problem? What's the barriers? Why are on the one hand girls not founding more girls teams on the one hand, and on the other hand, why are girls not joining these clubs?
I think it's actually a very difficult question, because I think it starts not only at the level where we are playing, so that the girls, they should have fun, but it starts generally with the appreciation of women's soccer on top. So the thing is that that there's still a lot more money for men. So many clubs are not interested in supporting women's soccer or supporting or having a female team, because it's just it just costs something. It's not where you get a lot of money. So that's one thing, that clubs don't have a women's team, and then of course they don't have girls teams. And I think I mentioned already before that so one other thing is that there are not a lot of female coaches. So this is also something that sometimes when girls want to play soccer, they just want to have only girls, no boys, and also the coach has to be female. And also the support of the family is sometimes lacking. So as I mentioned before, we had just a few weeks ago, we had a case where the girl doesn't get the support from the family. However, her brother is allowed to play, and she plays for years in a soccer team. So that's also that's also sometimes an obstacle. And I mean, also then what Marlene said, the cost factor. So sometimes it's just maybe too expensive Although a lot of clubs, they have sort of social program, or they so if they reduce the fee if you're not earning enough money for that, but it's not yeah, it's hard to find it, and you don't see it at first sight. So it's also an obstacle that they that sometimes it's just too expensive. And then of course maybe the language barrier might also be a problem, especially for migrant. But this is something I would say that's not usually not the main problem. It's more the support, the support from the family, or that there are just not enough options to play soccer, because the kids, they should it's always the best if the soccer club right around the corner offers you the possibility to play, and that you don't have to travel around Vienna to go play soccer. So yeah.
Welcome, Aisa, to the discussion. Good that you made it. Good to have you here. So we are complete, and I have to say it's the first time I also see you. So I'm very happy to also see you. Aisa, welcome. I already introduced you. You were not here, but I already did it. So just like perhaps like very briefly, also the question for you to introduce. You are working in Finland, and you're working for an NGO. You are a coach, and you're coaching a multicultural team in Finland. And how is the situation on girls' participation in Finland? Is it easy to approach girls? Just like tell us a little bit about your work.
Hello everyone, and thanks for having me. I think the situation here in Finland is a bit difficult for the migrant women or the children that have migrant background, because most of them, they don't do sports. And the most important thing for them is, like, I think also the female coaches are invisible here, because they don't have a lot of female coaches, which I think for me is very important. For you to have someone as a role model, it goes a long way for the younger girls, most especially from the grassroots. Because if you are a role model to them, they feel more confidence. They have this self-esteem to approach you, to express themselves to you. And sometimes they can kind of confide in you in some kind of private stuff, But when it's a male coach, sometimes they don't want to say something, beyond the playing. And, when they're like 15 to 18 years old girl, or like teenage to like more matured girls, they don't have this courage or the boldness to express themselves to the coaches. For example, if we're in the training, and maybe a girl have like maybe period or menstruation pain, she will see like facially it shows that she's not really moving well the way you express, but she don't have the courage to explain to the coach, because she feel like, oh, this is not someone that can understand how I feel. But if it's like a female coach, they can just express themselves. And of course, it also depends on the parents, the kind of support you give to a girl child. Because for me personally, based on my experience as an international, as a coach, I have different experiences while playing, and when I transit to be a coach. And for the fact that I started playing football back in Nigeria before I moved to Finland 17 years ago, I understand that the role of a parent for a girl child is even more important, to be able to give them more support and encourages them a lot. But the team I'm coaching, I'm actually coaching like a full Finnish team, and also the migrant women from different cultural backgrounds, Somalis, Afghanistan, like a mixed race. So this girl, for me, I felt like they really want to do sport. They have aspirations. They just need someone to give them the inspiration to do what they believe or what they have passion to do. But if the role model is missing, or the female coaches are missing, it also affects them. It has an impact on them to kind of deviate, or at some point they want to give up, like, oh, I don't want to play ball anymore because it's not motivating. I'm not seeing a reflection of who is a coach to me, So all these points are very important. And of course, when you talk about the expenses part of it, like the funding, like get the football shirt or the football boots, they're quite expensive here in Finland. But the thing we do is that we try to reach out to other clubs that have like some kind of unused kits that, after like the season, they want to give it out to other people. So we get one or two from other clubs, and they will give it to this girl to use, because most of them, they're really good. They really want to play football, but all this support is not there. And I will always appreciate if we can get more female coaches to be part of the game so that they could be able to go a long way and have impact in their lives.
Thank you. Lack of offers, cost factor, role models, a lack of female coaches. So like all these things, it seems like a lot to do in particular for federations. So Pearl, perhaps you want to tell us a little bit, what are you doing in this area, or what can federations do to support clubs, to motivate clubs, or perhaps to bring them to broaden their offers to girls? So what can federations do in this area? In particular, I'm interested in female coaches, because it came really a lot of times that it makes a difference. It's kind of role models. It's like persons you can trust that have the same experience like you. So what is a federation's role here?
Yeah, so in terms of ourselves in Ireland, we have a great saying here in this country, actually, and it's, if you can't see it, you can't be it. So again, it brings you back to that role model. So if young girls who are initially getting involved in sport, if they don't see role models, more likely they're not going to get involved. So the more people within Ireland and within our association that we can get involved in coaching early, the more opportunity we have to get people involved. So in terms of ourselves, like I work in the grassroots department. So in terms of clubs, we would offer clubs like a menu of programs. So a new pathway. So we provide a structure. So from the age of 5 to 18 plus at recreational level, we provide programs at every age group that we can give to clubs for free. First of all, to get girls participating in the sport, but also to get female coaches involved. So, I give you a funny story. I was at a female-only academy here just Sunday with one of our clubs, and there were 70 plus young girls playing at the age of 5, which is terrific. But every single pitch, so there was 6 pitches, and every pitch in this club had a female coach. So if you would have asked me that years ago in Ireland, that probably wouldn't have been possible or would have been seen. So that probably just gives you an example of where we are going in this country. In terms of our coach education department then, so I have worked in relation to them. I'm currently on my own A license. I coach with our 17s. So as an association, there's great opportunities there for female staff, which is brilliant. But also we want to feed that out to the public. So we run many initiatives with our coach education department around. So from the entry point at PDP1 level, we run female only courses. So we run the female only courses, but we also run generic courses. So again, it's just giving females around the country that opportunity, if they're more comfortable to be in that female only environment, that those female only courses are there for them. Or in terms of, like, I give my own personal experience, I never had a problem with doing the courses with males, and that was just me. But from working on the grounds the last few years, a lot of females are just more comfortable in that female only environment. So that's why we provided a lot of female only courses. So that runs up right up to UEFA B and UEFA A. So again, look, in terms of getting young girls involved, or coaches, we want to get them in, and we want to get them into our game with no barrier. So some of the courses are run for free. So we kind of remove that financial barrier. Again, we might link in with partnerships, so local sports partnerships to fund some of the courses. And again, it just takes little barriers like that away. A lot of them would be run locally. So again, that barrier of transport is removed. So a lot of the courses are run around the country in local areas, depending on the clubs. So again, look, whether it's playing or coaching, we want that kind of lifelong participation and to help people as much as we can. And as an association, every year, we're listening to the public, we're listening to clubs, new ideas, new initiatives, and how we can keep females involved, whether that's playing, refereeing, or, as you said, coaching. That's the biggest thing. But if you can't see it, you can't be it. That's a big one for us. So role models have been massive, and getting girls on the pathways in coach education, but not just getting them in at entry level and then leaving them, supporting them then and mentoring them to keep them involved, that they feel supported. And I don't know, the rest of the girls will probably, and you'll probably agree with myself, I think as females, belief is the biggest thing for us, isn't it? When we're going onto these courses and believing that we are good enough, and probably better at times than the males on the courses. And I think as an association now, it's just giving that belief, getting the profile of the game out there, and getting more female coaches involved. right around the country. So that's big for us.
And after starting these programs, do you see, I mean, can you describe, do you see the progress? How can females be approached? Do you see change here?
Yeah, like I think in terms and I think the biggest thing for us is when we get them involved. So when they come in at entry point, it's not stopping there. It's making sure then after the first or second course, they know the pathway. So, you know, as I said, there's mentors, we've local development officers who link in with them, who show them what's available in terms of opportunity. And that, yeah, like they don't just do the course and then they're left. So we might link them in with their local club who have, you know, young girls playing at the club that they might want to coach. If they don't fancy taking a team, as I said, we have those participation programs that they can get involved in from 5 right up to 18, so they can coach on those. You know, we've high performance programs as well, as if they want to take coaching really seriously. So as you can imagine, in grassroots, we get a lot of coaches just coming in initially. It might be parents, could be anybody. And then eventually, you know, you'll have people who want to do a full time, who want to do a serious, and that route is also available for them. So I think it's, yeah, when they come on the courses, they know what's available, where they can go, and that there is opportunities. I think that's the biggest thing. So initially, when I even started coaching, there probably wasn't that many opportunities then to coach. But I think in terms of the game growing in this country, opportunities to now coach full-time, part-time, or just to do it for fun is there for them. And I think that's the biggest thing. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Also poses a lot of questions. I mean, it's a big field we are discussing here with a lot of stakeholders and a lot of perspectives. I mean, most of the time we're always talking like about the individual girl. How can we motivate the girls? How can we motivate the women to get trainers? But we have, of course, the other side. How can we motivate clubs? I mean, Marike, perhaps, like, I mean, you are not only from the European Hockey Federation, but also from the high-level group on gender equality and sport. So, like, how do you see the situation? I mean, how can we change the structure? There's also like really I would say resistance if we talk about clubs and female participation. So there are many clubs who just don't want to have offers for girls. We just have to talk about it honestly. Would you say like it's time to force them, or what can be like what can be approaches to change this mindset, to open up the sport clubs, sport structure for women and girls participation?
Now, in my view, you need to have a little bit more general look as a start. We seem to be quite conservative in sport. As it was not used to that girls play football, it was not used to that boys are dancing ballet or something like that. So that's exactly the same situation. So the origin is that we are conservative, that we are not used to change. So how can you change that? I think that you have to start with create awareness. What sport can mean for boys and girls. And this awareness is the start of everything, because you have no idea how unknown things are in every single aspect. So at the moment that you create awareness, you have to spend time on that. And I'm surprised every time, also in my high level expert role, is that things that for me are quite normal, for a lot of people are not. In general, if you look to girls, then you see a lack of self-confidence. That's something you don't have to underestimate. A girl in itself coming from, say, a migrant family will only start to think about a sport if one of her friends in school is playing the sport. And if that girl has become a friend of her, that's the first time she learns to know that the sport is there. So you need to educate them that sport is also for women and for girls. And the first thing you have to do is involve the family there. Because if the family doesn't allow her to go to the sport club, then it doesn't work. She will not come there. So that's the first step, I would say, where you have to work on is to get the girl to the club itself. And I think in that case, the city has a role. The city gives more or less subsidy to the clubs, I think. And the city has to, or the village, whatever it is, has to oblige each club also to organize welcoming, we call it stuif in, welcoming days that everybody is free to come, and that's organized for everybody who's there, the sport. So welcome, show that you are a safe environment, and that indeed, I think Marlena also talked about, that it is joy. Sport is joy, fun, and relaxation. And that's the start of everything. Of course, the money is important, but I think it starts that you have to take care, say, come over to the clubs. And I think the cities and the schools have an important role there. And what is the role for the federation? I think the federation needs to offer education programs at all levels, and not only the high performance level, but indeed, especially the grassroots level, because grassroots is 95%, 97%, and only 3% is the high level. And yeah, that's the start. But again, I go back to the general part, is that indeed, not only for migrant women and minority women, the role models are important. It's in sport totally. And that has been the start of my career, that I realized that in hockey, half of the players are boys and men, and the other half women and girls. But I didn't see that off the field of play. So the coaches, it was a difference between 89 men, 11 women. Umpires, we call it umpires, but it's the same as arbiters or whatever you call it. It was 70 men, 30 women. So what I saw on the field of play was different from outside the field of play. And that was the start that I started to think, I don't accept it, because it's not logic. And we have a very good advocate in this, and that is Thomas Bach from the IOC. And not because he is important, because that doesn't matter to me at all. But he is the real advocate. He says, it's just not logic that we ignore half of the population in the world. And that's where we are trying to work on now within field hockey in Europe, is to give indeed opportunities to everybody to enter and to play their part. And not out of frustration, but not out of logic, out of strategy. And it is simply the truth. I think Asad said the same. It's so important that you recognize the person who's coaching you, who's umpiring you. And then opens your mind, oh, that's also for me. I can do it. And that's the big moment in the life of the girls. That's it.
Thank you. It's always so cool to see the connections. I think yesterday it was Sarah Gregorius who told that she at FIFPro, they are trying to bring the diversity on the field. They want to bring it to the diversity of the field. So often, of course, like if it comes to decision making, also trade unions, of course, trainers, and so on, and so on. Then like diversity is getting lower. But of course, on the field, you often already have it. I mean, if we talk like about migrant girls in some sports, I would say even on the field, we don't have it, but compared to off the field, of course, we have it a lot more. So this is, I think, a really important point, because even in sport disciplines where we have a 50-50 participation, if I'm a girl and I look around, if I look on advertisements, if I look on television, it can be that I still only see men or females in kind of just like really strange roles. I mean, we all know it from media. I mean, men are portrayed in like sporty positions. Female athletes are portrayed like in more business and sexy positions, but not while they are doing their sport they are doing. So like these are all kind of like small aspects, small puzzles that all together point a picture which makes it kind of difficult for girls to feel welcome, or to think like, that's also for me. I want to join. I go there. I feel welcome. I feel safe. I think this is also a really, really, really important point. We also had it in the morning. Anna, I think you know the clubs, the club situation, the grassroots clubs in Vienna. You know them all very well. And having this in your mind, I mean, what would be necessary, what could be done really to make clubs more open for girls, so that offers are getting more, that more girls can join? What would be needed? Do they have to be obligations, or is awareness raising the right tool? So what can be what can be done to approach the clubs, to open them up?
Yeah, I think like Marieke just said that the clubs, they should offer on a regular base free trials, so free trainings for everybody. But I think this is most of the time already done. So especially in soccer, they need to address the girls more. Like they should maybe come to schools to tell in schools, like yeah, there is soccer for girls, because that's often really not known that there are girls teams as well. It's always, yeah, soccer. I mean, there's this stereotype: soccer is for boys and ballet is for girls, for example. So the awareness that there's that the number of girls playing soccer is increasing. It's not it's not in everybody's mind. So yeah, one thing would be that they go to schools. However, this is often very difficult because the coaches, they have a job, so they cannot just they just do the coaching in the free time. So there's the lack of time for going to schools, for example. They can offer free trainings. It's just usually if you just join for one training, it's always for free, but special training days just for girls. They should encourage their female players to become coaches. And like has not been done in Vienna, but this has been done in Burgenland. There was a course for female coaches only. So it was just a course for women to become soccer coaches, and this was very well accepted. So there were a lot of participants there. Otherwise it's maybe talking to organization like Melina is working with, that they offer the girls groups to join their soccer training. Organizing tournaments for only girls. Maybe so that they organize tournaments for school classes. Maybe a boys tournament and a girls tournament. But I think it's still it's difficult. Maybe also go to the cages in the parks. Sometimes there are girls playing. Say, well, you enjoy playing soccer there? Why don't you come join a club? And then this girl should take a few friends, and then it's it's evolving. But yeah.
I mean, you often said they should. I mean, I think there are perhaps like some clubs that are already doing it, and you already mentioned it. Of course, it's. I mean, we all know, like it's mostly not paid. It's like you have to work, and afterwards you are like having your sport clubs and doing it in your spare time and so on. And they should. So like how do you think those who don't want to, do they have to be forced to do it? And those who want, how can they be supported so that it's possible? Because there is a lot of things that clubs could and should do, but some don't want to, and others just like it's like just too much to do all the things, all these important things you mentioned. But of course, like a normal grassroots sport club, they just they can't do it. So how can we solve this problem? I mean, this is perhaps a question to all of you.
Yeah. So forcing, I don't think it's a good idea, because if you have motivated people, this is always better than just being forced to do something, especially if what we still observe is unfortunately that in a club that the women and the female, the man and the female team, they're not they're not on the same importance in the clubs sometimes. So so for those clubs, I think it's not a good idea to force them to have to offer girls soccer if they are not really into that. I mean, what what can always be done is, of course, making money available for, like, if you have female teams, if you have more than 2 girls teams, I think there's already funding for that from the Vienna Viennese football organization. So this can always be sort of a motivation for the clubs. And apart from that, I think more people have to be really motivated to change something there. But this is, I mean, you also know it yourself. It takes a lot of time, as we already said. Yeah.
I can come in also. I think just in terms of Ireland and our clubs, I think because the game is growing so rapidly, clubs now all of a sudden at grassroots level feel responsible to provide football for young girls. So, you know, and that obviously depends on the personnel at the club. So if it's a father with daughters or whoever it might be, I just think now in general in Ireland, clubs just feel like they have a responsibility. But I can share one of our experiences on how we get clubs, I suppose, that may have not thought about it before. So a lot of our bigger clubs with the big names who probably don't have young girls at a younger age group, we have a club mark initiative. So in terms of one of my early stages, our program, we're actually running a Disney program. I don't know if you've heard of the Disney Playmakers at that 5 to 8 year old age group. So we've only selected 30 clubs this year to run it with us in year 1. And a lot of those clubs that we've selected, we would have came up with a scoring process. So one of the big things was they had to be currently providing girls football or have a plan to provide girls football in the future. So any clubs that, you know, have never thought about the girls game before or have no interest in it simply weren't selected. And a lot of these clubs would have wanted this program. So now really it's initiative for them. All of a sudden they're seeing 30 clubs who are doing really good stuff and providing football for everyone. It's now, you know, I suppose, gone around the country, and now all clubs want, first of all, to get the club mark, and they want this Disney program. So the 30 that were selected have, I suppose, shown a good example. If you provide football for everyone, we kind of, you know, have given them this program now to say thank you. He's doing a really good job. And now everybody else around that probably wasn't providing football are starting to have conversations with me, their local development officers, and people on how they can start up girls football. So there's little ways you can incentivize clubs to get more girls involved, and we look at doing different things. We obviously with the menu of programs that I was talking to you earlier, so we have a school club link and stuff like that, and we provide funding for auxiliary coaches and equipment for clubs if they want to run these programs with us. So again, there's just little add-ons that will help support clubs. And as I said, but I do feel in Ireland right now, a lot of the clubs just are starting to feel responsible now to provide football for everyone, which is brilliant. Because when I was growing up, it probably wasn't like that. I would have played with a boys team for so long, where now just the growth around the country, clubs nearly also feel left out when they're not providing girls football now, which is great. And that's the way we want it. We want girls football to be the front and center of every club. And then obviously providing, you know, more around that, I suppose, letting everybody get involved rather than, you know, I suppose access to everybody in the community. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to add to what Paris said, I think for me, your program is really awesome initiative by supporting this player, maybe with the balls or the kids, and also when the FA is supporting the coaches, you know, to get some kind of accessibility to be able to use for what they really want to do. But you know, Finland here is kind of different, because personally I believe that sport is strength and also unite people together from different places. But you know, sometimes when you try to do something and you don't get enough support that you really want, it's kind of not motivating. It's kind of depressing. I'm saying this because I think also that the coaches also need some kind of empowerment, in the sense that the FA have a lot of big roles to play by supporting them with like let's say if you're going for the coaching courses. Because while I was doing my coaching courses here, I have to pay everything myself. Only the team pay at least part of the when I was doing my CA license. So somehow, you don't have aspiration to do something for people, and you don't have this full support that this thing you want to do, you have passion for this, but the support is not there for you to, to be able to move to the next level or kind of elevate yourself or your standard. But at some point, what really helped me was because when they got to know my CV, like I played to the like Women World Cup, I was in the Olympics, so it kind of attract them. And for me, it's unfair for you to kind of assist me because of my qualifications. Because all the athletes cannot be at the Olympic at the same time or be at the World Cup. But when you have something to give to the community or the grassroots, all the coaches just needed just this kind of support to maybe send them to coaching courses or some kind of education, sport education aspects. You understand? So all these are missing. So when I heard about what you just said about your organization, the initiative you guys are doing, it's really awesome, because that's the only way you can empower people. And that's the only way you can get everyone involved. And that's the only way you can spread love and create more awareness and making people feel important that football is for everyone, be it boys, girls, whatever. So when you don't have all these things that you really need to be as a coach, because if I have to be honest to you, in Finland here, in Helsinki, which is the capital, since I've been going to play games or trainings, I've never seen any women like from African background or a woman with color. The only places I meet people are like the female Finnish coaches, they're female, and all the club I'm coaching, trust me, I've never met anyone like a woman from African or a woman with color that was born here or maybe moved to Finland. So for me, it's unfair, and there's no way you can create better awareness when you have very few coaches and you're not even giving support for or encourage them to be part of this. Because if you're talking about inclusion, we have to be inclusive ourselves. You have to, it's like practice what you preach. You cannot just come and tell a young girl, come and play football, and you just drop the girl in the field and you left. So who's giving the girl support? Who's giving her the courage? Who's giving her the motivation she needs? So I think the FA should play a big role, because it's really unfair that when we have different perspective about how they play in the field and different narrative outside the field of play. So when you compare and contrast, there's no equality at all. You understand my point? So I think the FA also should play a big role from the grassroots by supporting the players, giving them more accessibility, by supporting the coaches as well, empower them in different ways that they could be able to empower themselves, because by helping this girl, they help themselves to be a better coach as well. Thank you.
I'm just like, Marcus, are there any questions from the audience? I just forgot it. Okay, nothing yet, just comments. Okay. Anyone else want to add something to these questions? How to approach clubs? How to find the way? How to motivate them? I mean, Asiat, you already. I mean, we can also like talk a bit about best practice examples. I mean, your club, for example, how are you doing all that? We talked a lot about barriers and things that FAs could do, clubs could do, but of course we ourselves as grassroots are doing things also. So like, what is your club doing, and how do you overcome the barriers for the women that are playing in your club? So this could be perhaps something that clubs can learn of.
Who you are asking now?
Asiat.
Okay.
But if the connection is bad, I can open the question to all of you, like best practice examples. I mean, always good to end the discussion with like a perspective where we can look forward. How can we do it? How can we get a step forward? I mean, you already mentioned, Pearl, a lot of things. Also you, Marike, and what you are doing to get forward if it comes to gender equality in sport. But perhaps also like on a club's perspective, how can we overcome these barriers? Examples how migrant girls with their particular barriers they are facing, like this combination of sexism and racism we already talked in the morning. So how can we ourselves do it, not others? So like, how can we in our specific situation, how can we make a change, make a difference?
Now, in my view, I think it starts that you have to show optimism. You don't have to think in barriers, you have to think in opportunities. And that's a very important signal to the people around you. I will mention two things I would do. First of all, I would organize open days. That's what I meant. This open days twice a year you can measure it to boys or to girls, whatever you want, just to open up to the society, because that's, I think, Alsat said the same. It's your social responsibility we all have to take care for the world around us. And if we are already in the sport club, we have to realize that sport is a part of society. So we have to work to get everybody there. That's inclusion. And it will not be immediately a big success. You have to work on it. You have to take care they are coming, that they can talk with the group. And in the end, maybe there are the decision-making roles. And then you have really achieved something. But the other part is, I think, important that you structure the sport in a little bit different way. And that's why we started with in hockey. Every year in September, we organize for all new members, they are already there, I understand, a day where they explain what hockey means. That hockey is a sport you are playing on the field, but it's also a family sport. So if the kids are coming in, also the parents are coming in. And you explain to the parents that in hockey, it's normal that the coaches organize the sport and not the parents. Because that's one of the big problems always, that when the players are on the field, that the parents starts to tell how they have to play. And then there is a conclusion with the coaches, and that's not nice. Now, we start a big, we call it Sportivity and Respect program in Holland, to make clear to everybody, hockey must be carefree. If you are there, you must have fun, joy. It would be lovely to be there. And that's what we try to explain to parents. And it works. Now, really, it works. And I will tell you why it works. Because if you explain to parents that it's for their kids really very difficult to have difficulties between coaches and parents, then all kids will stop to play hockey. And then that's what the parents want to prevent. So the starting days of the new members is very important. And they will tell it at school, and then other people want to be there also. And that's the reason in Holland that we have so many girls in hockey, because it's just all their friends are playing. So open up, understand your social responsibility. And yeah, you need, of course, to involve it in a policy. If you do it incidentally, it doesn't work. So it sounds very dull, but if you have a good idea, make it a policy and repeat it. That's my contribution.
Maybe I can add, and this maybe it doesn't apply so much for a club, but it applies very much for our work. I think it's important to also include the girls in planning processes, to have them participate also in the implementation of a tournament, for example. So to give them a voice and not always talk about them, but include them in the process. I think that would be very encouraging for them, but beneficial for all, I believe.
Yeah, I'll come in there. I'll probably give my own background as a player and someone who's been involved in a football club for many, many years. I think the biggest thing is, that the club is accessible to all. So what is your club environment? And I think the biggest thing for me when I think of local clubs is know your community. So know who's around the club. So, in terms of Ireland, is it full of Irish people? Is it full of people from different backgrounds? Is there centres around, migrant centres? And if there is, how do you approach them? How does the club make themselves available for all? So no matter where you're from, that you can feel, I can join that club. And then if you even strip it back, it's the knowledge, and do people know about your club, and how do you know that? So where's the information? Is it social media? Is it newspaper? What works best for your club? But I think knowing the community is a big, big one. And obviously club role models, champions, and equality, I think, just in terms of the club itself, and trying to get people involved. But the networking is a big one for me, and how people actually know about your club and what's involved. And then obviously the opportunities that are available. So if they want to be a player, if they want to be a coach, if they want to be a referee, if they want to be an administrator, but again, it's that information that people within your community, and again, I bring it back to knowing your community, that they know what's available at your club. I think that's the biggest thing. And Marique said, I think open days, information nights, all that sort of stuff are just brilliant and so helpful. So whether it's once a month, every 6 months, little things like that, I think are so important, through my own experience anyway.
Anyone else wants to add something? Then the last question. Okay, no further questions from the audience too. Then just like, let me try to sum it up what we discussed now a little bit. I mean, we had these ideas, of course. I mean, clubs should do a lot of things. For clubs, it's often very difficult. So it's questions of funding. How do we get funding and support for grassroots sports? How can we have policies that motivates or oblige, this could be a discussion, clubs to open them up, to take responsibility for the society we are living in, to open up for diversity. One aspect for clubs to open up is, of course, what you now said, Pearl, knowing your community. This also fits, in my opinion, what you, Marike, said with its parents. Of course, a girl is not coming as a girl, but she's like coming from a context, from a family, from surrounding schools, girls. So like we have to also to see it as a bigger thing. So if we want to approach girls in particular, where often parents have like more safety concerns and so on, compared to boys, then of course we also have to work with the parents. We have to know them, we have to talk to them, everybody has to know each other. Then it's easier to say, okay, my girl is going there because I know there's nice guys, it's a safe place there. So this kind of community work, I would say, I think this is really a really important point. I think in rural areas it's a little bit more obvious. In cities it's sometimes a little bit more difficult, I would say, for clubs, in particular if it's not their own sporting facilities, to really take their role as players in a community and take the responsibility and to know, okay, what are my surroundings, who's living there, what schools are near my club, where are the parents, where are the parks, whom can I approach, where are the youth centers. Also like having these connections, as you said, Melina, you are doing like a lot of things with sport because it has really a strong role if it comes to emancipation. Or what you said, Ayesat, like sport is strength, like knowing what you can do with your body, like giving yourself confidence. So like bringing all these aspects together. I think we mentioned here a lot of points. Clubs can do, but also like funders can do, federation can do, like having the opportunities for coaches to educate them, to approach grassroots participation, to get them in programs. Yeah, I think, Markus, just like a comment from my colleague.
Not a comment from my person. We had a remark in the question and answer section from Gaia Ciccarelli, and to be honest, it's not really a request. It's she congratulates you. So I may summarize. What everyone touched on when talking about federation is very true. Women and young girls are still left out of planning, funding, and inclusion. And she says that in Italy, we are finally considered professionals starting from next season, but there is still a cap on the salaries. Sometimes the reason why we can enroll in UEFA licenses is because there are quotas, and it's very depressing. So she wants to thank you, all of you, to your contributions. And she says what you are doing is fundamental and life-changing and immeasurable impact.
Wow. I would say these are great closing words for our session here. Thank you, Gaia was it, I think, who wrote this comment. Thank you for this feedback. And thank you all for your contribution and for your insights you brought in. I know we are still, and we will keep in contact and have further exchange on this. And thank you for the participation at our conference. And we are now having a short break of 15 minutes, where we again will show you a few videos, the last 2 videos we produced within the Spin Women project. And then we will start with our last session of the webinar today. And stay tuned, and I hope you continue watching. Thank you again, and bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Bye.
Very nice to meet you all.
Bye.
Bye.
I don't want to lie. I don't like doing sports. I don't feel the need. I'm bored. I'm seem to waste time. I'm not a competitive person. I'm a caregiver, and I live at home of a lady who needs assistance. I have 1 day off per week, and in those hours, I prefer to go out for tea with my friends. But I'm almost 50 years old. I've been doing this job since I was 20, and I start to have pain everywhere, especially in the back. The daughter of the lady noticed it. She saw me grimace with every little movement. She's a gymnastic instructor and began to talk to me about the need to strengthen the abdominal muscles, to learn how to do the movement correctly, and blah, 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 a deadly boredom. She told me about a gym where she works, where there are courses specifically to these things. But I pretend the pain had passed me. Then, 2 weeks ago, my back hurt so much that I could hardly lift myself. Don't speak about to raise another person. I went to the doctor, who told me that I needed to treat my body better, or I should stop working. And who would send the money home then? So I gave up. I went to this gym where they are teaching me how to do the movements and how to strengthen the muscles groups to avoid back pain. In the end, it's not as bad as I thought. And since I started doing sport, I'm so much better, and I'm not even bored anymore. Ever since I was a child, I love boxing. I've always watched the meetings in my cousin's trailer because her family had a TV. And I have fun copying the technique by watching the meetings, punching in the air. But I didn't want to be satisfied. I was sure that if I trained it, I could have become very strong. I knew some guys from the camp who organized by themselves and were boxing with a coach who followed them. They made me stay with them a bit, and I also know that a couple. But then they schooled me, saying that the boxing is a sport for boys and that I should think about cooking and having children. I didn't give up. I went to a gym where I knew there were other women doing boxing. I signed up. I started training. But I realized that the other girls barely spoke to me, looked at me badly, never invited me to go out with them after training. The chocolate weren't right. Well, in a nutshell, they didn't want me either. So I didn't go anymore. I keep dreaming it from the TV. But maybe my destiny is ready to cook and have children. I am Latifa. I arrived here 3 years ago and have never played sports. Where I come from, it is thought that the woman's body becomes unattractive, and then it is difficult, for example, to find a husband. That's why it took me so long to get close to a sports center. I didn't like the idea of deforming my body. I wanted to stay soft. But I saw other girls who played sports and seemed to have fun. I entered the sports center where a girl I know goes, and I spoke to an operator. At the beginning, I was a little ashamed to talk about my problem. I felt it like a frivolous thing, but she made me feel at ease, and so I opened up. She explained to me that there is not only one way to play sports, and that we, together with the coach, have to decide how much we want to push based on the results we want to achieve. I have been doing gymnastics for a year now, together with a group of women. I made new friends. I feel good, and my body is more toned. But it hasn't changed as I was afraid it would. I like football. Really, since I was a child. I've lived here since I was 3. Now I'm 16. I attend all the school here. My parents, especially Dad, are unbearable. They've fallen behind in time, and Dad tells me that I can't play football or another sport, while my brother does it. I also show him banning like Beckham. But do you think he helped? It is contrary to our religion, he says. But where is written? They treat you badly anywhere. They will force you to remove the veil and need ham sandwich when you travel. I initially believed it, so I was really scared. Then one day, I saw a flyer at school, which speaks about sport for all, inclusive sports and things like that. But the strange thing is that in the flyer to advertise the football team, there was a photo of a girl with a veil on her head. Unbelievable! I took courage and went to talk to them. A boy and a girl explained to me how it works, that I can safely play with the veil, that there is already another playing wearing it, and that they would make me sandwiches with cheese. I came home very happy. Yippee! But when I told that, my goodness, he got angry and locked me in my room without TV all evening. Next day, I spoke to the boys again, who said they were a sort of cultural sports mediator, enough to go to talk to Dad. They had this chat with me present, and it turned out that Dad was really afraid for me. He didn't do it out of spite. Well, he's not happy enough. But what about? Tomorrow I do my first workout. So
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our final and closing forum of the Spin Women Conference. Yes, the title here is looking towards the future. I think over the last 2 days, yesterday, where we started with our in-person event here in Vienna, with mainly local participants. We heard all these experiences from women athletes with ethnic minority background, without a minority background. And yes, today we had also already 3 very inspiring panel discussions and one in-depth workshop. And the title here, or our theme here, is now looking at networking, how to take this momentum forward to work together on a European and in fact international level, and yes, how to move forward. I have here David, my colleague, David Hudelis, and we have Leila Musa from UISP, who is currently in Rome. Hi, Leila. Yes, so I would like Leila to start with telling us about the results of the previous Spin Women project. Please, Leila, it's the floor.
Sorry, the microphone. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, everybody, to be here with us, and to the organizer to invite me for this final stage of our common project. Unfortunately, I can't be there with you, but I hope there will be further possibilities in the next days. I just want to talk to you about the results and the product of Spin Women. If it is possible, I share a small PowerPoint. Okay. Okay. It's okay. You can see the PowerPoint. Hello?
Yes, we can see it. Thanks.
Okay. I think that all participants already have an idea of the amount of outcomes that Spin Women produced, because you see the action research, you see the videos, you see a lot of things presented during it. So I just want to make a summary, an overview of what we produced during these 2 years. We started with a research making by Camino, this equal access and participation of migrant women and girls in sport. And you know, this was a great work where we involved focus groups in all the countries to understand which barriers, but overall which strategies to overcome these barriers sports association can put in practice to include the migrant women, migrant refugees women, no matter communities in the sport activities. This research was very, very interesting because gave us possibilities to talk with the real protagonists of the grassroots sport, both coach, participants, trainers. So we had in all the countries the possibilities to listen to a lot of voices. And thanks to the great work of Camino and of Victoria, all this experience made this study. Starting from these studies, we realized some stories. We took the inspiration of the videos that you see, the 7 videos that the IDC showed during this meeting. took the inspiration from histories of the research. That means they are not real histories, but we took one part from one person, one part from what one club told us. We put everything together and build this narrative of what are the barriers and strategies. This small video are made to use, for example, during the training, during public presentation. They are the idea was to make them very short and simple, to give possibility to people to use to introduce one argument or to generate a discussion. For example, in some cases, they have been used during the workshop of the EWOS to involve people and asking the target if they experiences the same that the protagonist of the history. Then we have the special number of the W, the journal, the newspaper on female football for the Sindacato de Jogadores. And this is a very important product because we have the possibility to show also to a different public what we did with our project. And in this newspaper, you can find witness and histories of women involved in football and sport activities in general, women with migrant background or with particular stories. And again, stories very engaging and a very good product made by our partner. And this kind of product is very important because created a connection between the professional sport and the grassroots level. So also people that are in general interested in professional sport had possibility to have an overview and to know better our product. Then quickly go on in our outcome, we can see this mentoring guidelines. It has been realized in particular thanks to the Football Association of Ireland, to our partner and coordinator Des, that work on this guideline. The mentoring was one of the core parts of Spin Women project, born from the idea that is very important and very interesting to do in the sport, what in other sectors is already a common practice. To identify some mentor, some person, some expert that can guide in a relationship one-to-one other people in a specific part of sports, so that can help people that, for example, want to become a coach, that want to become a manager, or that simply want to practice sport. Throughout this guideline, you can really understand what, if you have, for example, a sport club and you want to help other people to be engaged, you can propose a mentor for your club. This guideline explains how you can move, what you can do, and overall which attitude you should have to be a mentor. Because to be a mentor is very important to be open-minded, flexible, adaptable, and to have this skill to understand what want and what need the person in front of you, so you can guide them. During this pandemic situation, of course, the mentoring one-to-one in person was very difficult to realize. That's why we try to substitute with some informatic, some online tool that you can see here. Because mentor can be in person, but mentor can be also one person that gives suggestion, etc. The reason behind this instrument that we call connecting tool is to understand how we can put in contact a mentor, so a person that wants to put at disposal his skills with a potential mentee, so a person that won't train, want to enter and want to start a path. So we created an online tool, and through that online tool, people interesting to start, or people in need of suggestion, of counsels, can write their name. You can see throughout a simple form and register. Then our partnership will see people registered and will pair the people with the mentor. In this case, in our case, we decided that these mentors came from sport associations and sport clubs that are connecting with our general partnership. So that's what we planned. In this same connecting tool, you can also see something that came from a previous project, Sport Welcome Refugees project. That is a tool to identify which clubs and which sport associations are open to welcome migrants or refugees or people with different cultural background. Just 1 minute to explain this and the reason behind. Sometimes when you arrive in a country and you want to practice sport, you really don't know how to start and where you can approach, because maybe you can just go, but you don't know if people speak your language, you don't know if they do some kind of activities. So the idea is to have a database, a European database, where clubs that feel comfortable to help people, so to be open-minded, register, and then people that want to practice sport can look, for example, I want to play football in Rome. Okay, I find this association where they can help me, they can guide me, they speak English, so I can interact, and blah blah blah. And all these instruments are now in this connecting tool, and you can access throughout the Sport Inclusion website. There will be soon online a box when you can click and approach to this. Then this in order of appearance, the last output of our project. That is a very beautiful, and I'm very jealous about people in presence that, because I cannot see the materially the exhibition, but I just can say the picture, and I think that it's a fantastic work made by the IDC and by all partners, because I don't know if you already explained the process behind, but they ask us, they challenge us to keep in contact with some person, some that make a particular path. So starting, for example, for a migrant background, arriving in a new countries, and start a sport path that bring them to a professional level. And so we, in all partners, we discovered the wonderful histories of these girls and women, and we have the possibility to interview them and to show now their histories in this wonderful exhibition. And this was very important, not just to have something to show, but because in particular for the young people, it's very important to have some role models to see that it's possible. Because sometimes when people from the grassroots see to at professional level, say, okay, this is something that doesn't belong to me. But in this case, we show histories about what's possible, and throughout sport, in which case sport sometimes was a tool, sometimes was a barrier, but because we have stories of people that say, okay, I arrived at Sport Women, so everything was open for me, but also histories of people that say, okay, I found a great barrier and I worked hard to overcome, but it was a success. So we believe that to see this kind of experience is very important for young people and for female people, women, girl, what else, that arrive in a country and want to start a process. The last output that I want to show you discussed already in the session with Victoria and the researcher, and this is the cover of the work that, as Nikki said, will be published soon on our website. You already discussed a lot about this. I just want to spend some words, because I really believe that this kind of work is very important in our project, because it's the real connection between the idea and the so-called target. Because sometimes when you did project, you have this separation between people expert and people that are considered a target. It's just there are two levels. While in this case, what was supposed to be target became expert. So it's a real experience of inclusion, empowerment, and work together. That should be the real results of this kind of project, because the results of the inclusion is that you can talk at the same level and in this project. So the real involvement from the grassroots. It's not just something from top to bottom, but it's something that should be built together. So this is what I want to underline. If I don't know if the other are agree, but I think yes. This is the real importance of this kind of product. This was a really quick presentation of what we produce throughout Spin Women, and you can find all materials and connection in the sportinclusion.net. But if you want something specific, you can also write to the sportinclusion@gmail.com. That is a coordination mail of the network. So also, if you want the high resolution video or some photos that you want to use in your training, in your conferences, we are totally at disposal to help you and to guide you in whatever. Just a few words to conclude. I think that the main output, the main outcome of this kind of project, one of the main outcome, is the creation and the enlargement of a network. Because throughout the activities, you can know much more people, and you can involve a lot of people with whom originally you didn't work, and also people and associations that don't work in this specific field, but throughout the activities you can reach them and open to them. And on this issue, I think I can leave the floor to David, that will explain us practically how from this project, how from our common path, are going to born a common network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leila, for giving me the word. Thank you for this impressive overview of the last two and a half years. It is now quite amazing what we were all doing and what we all published and created. Nice to see that again. Really a pity that you cannot be here in Vienna. This partnership usually really lived out from that personal meetings, from these talks what we had, from the evenings together, from some parties maybe together now and then. And yeah, it was really lively. So before looking in the future, I would like to take a look back what was happening actually in the last over 10 years. As you all know, we have our focus always on three main areas: education, research, campaigning, and this will for sure also continue. The same counts for the target group, girls and women. So for sure we are not done to focus on them, on this target group as well. but yeah, the continue the successful work and the partnership is one aim, and this partnership really started back in 2011 with a conference in Vienna. I remember in the House of Sport and the former sport ministry, and this was kind of a high level start for us, and showed that we are very good also on this political level. But then what for me personally really kept in my mind was this first training in Bologna, for example, where we gathered all together for around 5 days, and we had so much fun at first, but also, I mean, I'm still somehow young, but there I really joined the team first time, and I learned so much. And this continued actually the next 10 years, and this training really gave us some close come together, where I had a feeling this group really started to somehow get connected very much, and then it just continued with year by year with some workshops, with some further trainings. We went to all the different partner countries where we have our partnerships. We also focused once on winter, as I see now this slide where we have been in Innsbruck to focus on winter, and then we moved on to several other places. I see now here the workshop photo, for example, also in Vienna. And yeah, for me personally, this was quite a really nice experience in this time. Also, we had a chance to go in some rural areas, like here we were between Italy, Slovenia, and Carinthia with one training session, international training session. And yeah, this group grew, but somehow the core really also stayed together, and had intense exchange. We were not always and still are not always the same opinion in all the cases, but I think this is why this partnership also stayed so full, and to have really this exchange and this fruitful exchange through several years and different kind of countries. Yeah, here our training in Rome, which was very special, very hot. I remember, very hot, and really nice in the frame of the Sport Welcomes Refugees. We here focused very much on Sport Welcomes Refugees slogan and the project. And yeah, these target groups also changed over the years. Like now we have the special focus on girls and women. For some years it was really on including refugees in our society, welcome them in Europe, in our partner countries. And here some amazing picture from Hungary, from the stadium, which I don't know if it would be seen at the moment so easily. And yeah, after, I mean, it doesn't seem so long ago, but I think just 1 year ago, it was a training in Berlin, where we really also had the chance to involve new girls, new women, new partners in our project. And I think this is also why the Spin Women project was such a successful one in my eyes, and why this is so important to continue also. And yeah, looking forward for the next steps, and to get more structured is one idea, to stay professional, but sure, you can always improve, and sure to be open for new members. And I think there was a quite intense process behind this, how to continue, and Kurt was somehow leading this process together with all partners. And we have some ideas how to do it and how to continue. And Kurt, maybe you can give us a short insight what is coming up next.
Okay, thank you, David. Yeah, I mean, listening to you, of course, I've been part of most of it, and yes, I think it has been an amazing travel for the last 10 years or so. Yeah, I think we had also a big conference, not like this one. We in 2017 we met in Budapest. also in the middle of this political heat with the government in Hungary and this anti immigrant policies and the mood which changed. I mean, as you said, we had this sport welcomes refugees. That was the slogan in 2015 with our stadium activities.
Sorry, Kurt.
Yes.
Could you put the mic a little bit louder? It's very it's not loud enough.
I had to.
Now it's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, it was not on. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, now I hand over to Kurt again. No, sorry for that. We have 2 mics here. And, I just said that this journey will continue, and we had a little thoughts and process behind it the last month to somehow think how to move on and how to get structured and the way forward, and can explain a little more on this procedure.
Yeah, I think probably you got most of it, I hope. Not at all. Okay, again, looking back at this 10 years on, yeah, it's 10 years. I think we made an amazing journey. Also witnessing some of the changes in our subject. I mean, when and the core was always this idea of social inclusion of marginalized groups. In 2015, when we had this first football welcomes refugees events, which we saw also in Budapest. We had in 2017 another conference in Budapest, and there we thought, yes, okay, how to go about the next step, and we said, yes, we want to establish SPIN as a former structure, as an entity. We had a brainstorming in Budapest. We had internal debates, and we thought, yes, this is now the place, Vienna, for in 2020 actually to launch the SPIN network with all of you. Unfortunately, there was this little virus which kept us a bit away from our initial ideas, but nevertheless, I mean, we are here now. Representatives of the SPIN group are here, and yes, the work we did also in preparation of this event was to draft statutes, to see what we want to stand for, what SPIN would like to stand for, our values, our focuses, the way we want to govern it. And I think, yes, maybe somebody can say, yes, do we need another network? We have several networks, and of course we are all part of different collaborations, and we are happy to work together. For example, with VIDC, we are now also part of IRTS, inclusion of refugees through sport. We have been a founding member of FAIR, Football Against Racism Europe, which was founded here in Vienna. But we thought, okay, there's something lacking. We want to have it more open, more focused on different sports. And yes, and that was the kind of agreement in the group. And I would like now, if you agree, that we, before we come to this, yes, that each of you in the chat here, in the Zoom, would just briefly point out why his organization or somebody in person why a network is important, and why they would like to join it. And yes, before I give you the word, I have also to announce that this is the final session. We will have an evaluation form online, which you will see in a minute in the chat function. So if you find time, please fill the form. We always are interested in the feedback in order also to make future events better. So David, if you agree, so we invite. Yes,
absolutely, I agree. You and anyway introduced and the way forward now. So I think we have the chance, unfortunately, again, not to be here in person and make this group picture what we were looking forward so long, but that really we have the chance to hear from these core partners from this long-term membership, why it was so important to have this spin projects all these years, and for sure we also want to get bigger, and why it's important to join, and that we have a broader network in future. I would like to ask Des, our colleague from Dublin, or at the moment, I think you're not sitting in Dublin. It's in Galway, as I see the picture. Can you, from the Football Association of Ireland, maybe you can have the first word, Des.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Kurt. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I think as a governing body of sport that has a focus on inclusion as part of our work, so it's something that's embedded strategically in the work that we do. Being part of the Spin project for the last 10 years has been really rewarding, in as much as it's helped to build our capacity in that area, in the area of inclusion. Helped us through the different areas of work that we've done, from migrants volunteering in sport through to women and girls participation, and all of the different areas of work that we've done. And it's been really, really helpful for us to have an international sense to our work, to understand how it impacts nationally for us in the Republic of Ireland, but also to understand the broader European context. I think for us, the benefit of the network has been and continues to be that it gives us that opportunity to build capacity, to share with colleagues at international level, and to take some of that learning and to use it in our own area of work. And we had Pearl on earlier on, who is leading on the women's area of work, and it's about how we take some of this and embed that within that program. And there's certainly enough resources that are there, from the connecting tool through to the action research that we could take and we could use within our work. So I think from a governing body's perspective, it's been a really rich process of collaboration, and certainly something we want to continue.
Thank you so much, Des. And from one football stakeholder to the other, we have the Players Union in Portugal, which is going with us the last decade, let's say. And Joanna, maybe you can have short reasons why to join, and why you're still part of the Spin.
Well, I think I don't speak only for us, but for the Players Union, it's very important to be part of the Spin, because we are the representatives of players. It's really important to include this project of inclusion of everyone. It's very important for us to be able to participate in the studies and doing publications, the magazine, for example, and many other activities to raise awareness. We visit schools, been with kids to, well, concerned about these issues, about discrimination, about the rights of women in football, and being part of these organizations gives us a lot of ground to work to improve our action, and we are very grateful for being in Spin, and we hope we continue to grow together.
Thank you, Joanna. Up to the north, to Sean Mark, who is representing Sports for All, the NGO in Finland. Mark, you have to just switch on your mic, please.
Yes, for Likuka and for us who are have this history of working with for social inclusion, it was really nice to find a group of other organizations at the European level who are thinking the same way and who got the passion to support like minor groups or groups are not taking in consideration. And it has really been a positive influence for us, because we're developing new ways to find solutions. And now that we have built this network, it's really a support for us and for others. So it has been really a good period of time for us to develop as well in this sector. So I'm really looking forward for our group to continue working together and just having this positive impact on a lot of people's life. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Jean-Marc, for your positive energy you put in for years in our work. Victoria, our research expert, you made amazing publications over the last years. Sitting in Berlin at the moment, I guess.
Yes.
I would like to hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to mention 3 points, actually. I think one point is to gain more visibility for the power of sports as a tool for inclusion. I think a very important goal of this network is to make this potential of sport for inclusion more visible, not only on a national level, but also on a European level. I would like to say that we would like to make European societies better in a way of being more democratic and more inclusive, at least to have a contribution to make our societies better, and to use sport as a tool for that. So this is the first point I would like to mention. And the second point is that I think the network has the power to claim for equal opportunities and equal rights. I think a very important point of our SPIN network is to make the point that everyone has the right to play sports and get access to sports organizations. And everyone has the right to benefits for sports. And this means also changing the culture of sports and fostering more diverse participation in sports on different levels, not only on the club level, but also on the level of associations. So I think this would be is a very important goal of the network. And if we increasing the network, it would have more power to pursue this goal. And the third point is Camino, as you mentioned, is a research organization based in Berlin. And I think we will join the network because we think it's necessary to gain empirical based knowledge about sports and inclusion. I personally think it's also very important to produce non-white knowledge production, as we did in the action research, and we like to contribute for that, and also to share our knowledge among European stakeholders to help learning from each other. So these are my 3 points I wanted to mention.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you so much. Jibril is actually from the founder of the Mahatma Gandhi Human Rights Organization, and could make it from Budapest to Vienna. We are sitting in the same house, not in the same room, but Jibril could make it here with a small team from his organization. Jibril, can I hand over the word to you?
Thank
to the
you,
next room.
Mr. Davis. Actually, as our organization have been working hard for the past 20 years. Also, we are affiliated to Fair Play and Fair Inter. These are all umbrellas of sport in the world. And our main reason to continue continue this network is very important and significant, because this network It's a driving force for sport. It's an organization that have been fighting for racial prejudice, for, and xenophobia, homophobia, Islamophobia. These are all the factors. These are all the point. And also, as you know, I'm a member of the Hungarian Football Federation. I came to this federation because of hard work. Because in 2005, when we went to the Mondial Anti-Racism, there was a very famous football coach in Hungary. He said that most of the Africans, they brought them here through the trees to play football. So I tackled this question in the media, and it was very, very important. And that's why I was invited for the Football Federation. And still, there was a new section. I was re-elected again, which is a sound of victory against racism and human rights violation. As you know, in Hungary, it's not easy to tackle this prejudice. It embraces human sacrifice, a sacrifice that you have to struggle for peace and tranquility, with the result of of good hope. But we hope that things will get better. Finally, I support this initiative because it's a very good network. It's a network that you can learn a lot. Learning, and you can impart it in your society itself, whereby is important. And also, you know, I'm a member of the African Human Rights Committee. Most of the time, I gave a lot of report to the African Human Rights Committee about the violation of human rights. The last time we went to the Roma 2, there was a discrimination there. I have to fight for it. Finally, if I want to speak more, it will take the whole day, and it's not necessary. Thank you for your understanding. Long live peace and harmony. Long live, long live peace and harmony. Long live human rights. Long live democratic centralism. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jibril, for your efforts and important work in this, for sure, not so easy environment at the moment for your organization in Budapest and Hungary. I would like to close the circle with you, Kurt, as a representative of VIDC Fair Play Initiative.
Yes, I hope you can hear me now. Yes, just to round up, I think what is I think there are 2 points which are very crucial for us as Fair Play Initiative, for me and my team, is that this grassroots orientation. I think that's in the DNA of Fair Play, that we yes, we work with governing bodies, we work with institutions, but the real action and the real change is taking place on the grassroots level. And yes, we have heard over the last 1.5 days that yeah, support is not always there. And I think a network, an international network like SPIN, can play a role in kind of bridging this gap between institutions like European Commission, sport governing bodies, and the grassroots. And I think that's something. Yeah, I'm looking very much forward to it. And the next and the other point, I think, and that's also probably out of the way we work together over the last years. I think this idea of, yeah, we had once we called a project eSpin, European Sport Inclusion Network, and we had a debate about the name, and we said, yes, we are not comfortable with the European. Yes, we are from Europe, but we want to deliberately have an international association network, which also encompasses the global South. And if you talk about refugees, about migration, I think it would be, yeah, stupid to end up at the borders of the European Union. And also, I think yes, of course, we want to create something new, be a new movement as a civil society in Europe, but we won't confine ourselves to this concept. And I personally, yes, I mean, all this tendency of fortress Europe, bringing up walls, bringing up borders, I think that's something we have to challenge, and we have to say no. Yes, I think that's my statement.
Okay, I think very strong and clear words for the closure of this round, Kurt. Thank you very much. You will speak in 1 minute again, but I wanted to show you once more the slide where you can find information, further information on our network. I would like to ask the technician to give us the slide again, please. Here you have the information. Just 1 second. Of our website, and you can soon find the online form to be part of this network, to apply for this network. You see the email address where you can write to join us. And I could just mention one short small mistake in the email address, please. It's info@sportinclusion.net instead of .org. So please be aware of this if you write me. But it's I think, or is it possible to change still? Thank you that we have the right version. And for sure the website stays with us. All the information is there, all the publications you can order, also in printed version. Also, you find all the PDFs online. Now we also have the right email address. Thank you very much for the quick reaction. And yeah, please get in touch with us, get in contact with us. Please join us, as you said, Kurt, not just from European side, but we would really appreciate if we grow on the next level.
Yes, and I think, yeah, just for probably a short explanation on the process. So as we know that there's no European associational law. I mean, we live in a unified Europe, but registration has to be on a national level. And among the group here, we had an exchange, and the decision was to register an association, the Spin Network, to register it as an association, a non-profit association here under Austrian law. We have, as I said, agreed on the statutes, which are now, my colleague just put them online, which you can also see the final draft of these statutes on sportinclusion.net. If you go to our website, yes, the website will be new in a short period of time, which allows more interaction. We have this Twitter account, which is new, and I think the idea is really that, yes, Fair Play and VIDC has been more or less, yes, the coordinator over the last years of the Spin project, but the idea is really to establish a governance structure, so that it's really, that the ownership is really broad, and yes, it should extend over this founding of this group of the founding members, really to become to be owned by the people, by the grassroots organizations, by the migrant organizations, by the refugees. So I think that's the idea, and over the next weeks, we would just translate these English statutes into the proper format that it meets all legal requirements, and then yes, you can, as David said, you can already express your intention to join through the various channels, but then we will start a proper kind of process of inviting you as proper members, and we will have hopefully very soon a general assembly where we formally launch the Spin. Okay, I think that's from my side, yes, and I'm happy for the last 1.5 days for the achievements of the Spin Women project. I mean, again, thanks Leila for this impressive report about what has been achieved. Yes, thanks to the group here, thanks to everybody who has participated, thanks to the technicians here in the room, also yesterday, thanks to everybody who helped to make this event happen. I mean, the physical event yesterday and today. To Nikki, to Ines, to Martin, to David, to Ali, everybody, and of course we have to also thank our host here, which is the Arbeiterkammer, the Chamber of Labor, and we also hope that we could strengthen the links to this institution, working more with AK Chamber of Labor in future. Yes, I think yes, probably I've forgotten somebody, but yes, probably you will forgive me. Okay, then thanks and have a good day. Bye.
Bye all. Thank you for joining.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. Hope to see you soon in real life.
Yes, thank you for the great conference, Kurt.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was
David,
challenging, but a pleasure.
Laila, thank you.
Well done,
Thank you,
David,
everybody.
Kurt,
Thank you
Nikki,
very much.
everybody. Well done.
Thank you,
Thank you.
guys. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
So, thank you. Yeah, that's why we are here. This is more important. So it was okay, no?